And welcome back to The Pulse, and welcome to the Protagonists. We're all here again, and I see some comments popping up. If Cam could just fix that for me right now. Has there been a turnaround in the nation's political discourse, or are things still the same? It's understanding and understandable that no one is really talking about the LNP or the coalition, as they surrendered to the Uniparty years ago and have, well, very little credibility. The country has lost its voice, and it's really the cities where politicians are pretending to be focused. Pauline Hanson has become the flavour of the month, and what she was vilified for saying many years ago is no longer controversial. This is a sign of the times and a result of shockingly bad planning on the part of our federal governments, including the coalition. Immigration is rightly a big issue, but can one nation make the changes it's promising? Or is it just talk? Is it good politics and bad leadership to demonise some sections of the community? And is Pauline as good as it gets? Is she really talking about big change to the way this country is governed? Or will things stay the same? And are those backing the current establishment backing her to install a new face? She is now a darling of some mainstream and alt media, such as Rebel News with Avi Yemeni, who are not holding her up to scrutiny, especially Avi Yemeni. And even Carl, I love you, write to me. They and conservative and libertarian commentators should be. Why aren't they? Now, our panel will have some insight. Foreign policy, defence policy, national security, financial and economic regulation, banking, environmental protection, energy policy, all require a change in direction and transparency. Why aren't all these issues being put to one nation, and the Uniparty for that matter? Now, our panel today is exceptional. We have Michael Offerdale. He's lived in Tubia, or not Tubia, since 1998, when his father purchased the historic Tubia Hotel Motel built in 1911. For 28 years, the Offerdales have kept the Tubia Hotel alive as a cornerstone for travellers, farmers and families across the district, a symbol of hard work, hospitality and the enduring spirit of rural Queensland. Now, since the Land Act transferred of the parts of Tubia, Michael has become a leading voice for regional Australians, fighting for transparency, fairness and truth in government processes. Rob McMullen is a philosopher, musician, political candidate and supporter of the Australian lobby group, which is Oz Lobby. That's a grassroots people-powered movement that advocates for Australia First policies. He ran as a United Australia Party UAP candidate for the federal seat of Griffith in Queensland during the 2022 federal election. He is a representative of a think tank in the US called Natural Law Institute, which applies the philosophy of natural law. And finally, we have Robert Barwick. He's the national chairman of the Australian Citizens Party. Robert is the party's media spokesman, contributor to the Australian Alert magazine, and presenter of the greatest podcast in the world, The Citizens Report. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me.
Good to be here, Mike.
I just want to ask you, first of all, Robert, could you just tell me your views? Because at the moment, I haven't seen a whole lot of Pauline lately, by the way, but whenever I saw Pauline, she was on the attack on immigration, standing up for Australian values and that sort of stuff. And by the way, I have to make it known that I did vote for One Nation in the last election. Whether I do it this time is probably highly unlikely. That's just my own, where I stand here. Robert, can you just tell me your thoughts on Pauline Hanson as she stands at the moment?
Well, I think the sentiment of the voters who are supporting her is real. there's a genuine backlash to the Uniparty system, which is people see as completely corrupt, has completely let them down, and so people have turned away in droves. It's coincided with some really tough economic conditions, and the couple of things that happened at the end of last year economically. There were some other things at the end of last year, but the couple of things that happened economically was interest rates went up again, back to their highs, and the government took those rebates off electricity, and electricity is now the biggest driver of the cost of living, right? The energy price, and they just see these politicians from the major parties get on TV and sound like machines, saying the same old thing, and they're not prepared to accept it anymore. At least Pauline sounds like she means what she's saying, right? She does come across as authentic in the fact that she doesn't. The other politicians sound like they're making up what they're saying. She doesn't sound like she's making up what she's saying. So the sentiment is real. There is I do pay attention to the polls that do a breakdown and show you that there's a bit more than half of the people who say they're going to vote for her who describe themselves as a hard vote, and there's around 38%, 40% who are a soft vote. So they are saying they'll vote for her now, but they might be attracted by a better option if they find one. But Mike, you're in media. I've observed media for a long time. I've been in politics for 33 years. And I've had a lot to do with One Nation. I've worked with them closely on some key issues, mainly to do with banking. And I have to be quite frank. While I'm happy that the Uniparty system is being broken, I see some really disturbing signs that sections of the establishment are moving to attach themselves to One Nation, and the only motivation there, as far as I can see, is that they want to make sure that they get to steer where One Nation goes and potentially takes the country. And that's natural. They're always going to do that. The vested interests are predatory. They sink their fangs into political power. They make sure their influence is known. But the Australian people want a real alternative to the Uniparty, and it's got to be more than rhetoric. And I don't think it's a good sign what I'm seeing with not so much. I mean, the one that got the attention initially was a certain high-profile, very prominent billionaire attaching herself to Pauline. I'm more concerned about the fact that Pauline's just employed 2 people from the Australian Banking Association to run her office, and I can tell you, this is my view. You can kick out every immigrant in Australia, but after you've done that, if you don't take on the power of the banks, the duopoly of the supermarkets, the 3 insurance companies, the 2 airlines, the 4 consultants, these big corporate powers who are the reason we have a Uniparty. They control both sides. They're way too influential and powerful in this country. We have a cost of living crisis economically that the people are feeling, but we've got an economy concentrated in a handful of big corporations in each sector who've never made bigger profits. It is rigged in their favour, and if you don't take them on, you can kick out every immigrant you like. You will not fix the problems in this country, and I'm seeing those powers attaching themselves to One Nation.
Mm-hmm. By the way, our poll is, which the QR code, you can just catch it. It's on our website and stuff, and on the on Facebook and whatever. This week's poll is your thoughts on One Nation as the leading political party, which is very apt to what we're talking about at the moment. Michael Offerdale, you've been very, very critical of current governments. What's your thoughts on Pauline and One Nation as they stand at the moment? You need to turn your microphone on, if you wouldn't mind, that little button is turn me on. No, we're not. We haven't got that. So what we do is Campbell will fix it, and I'll go to our next guest, Rob McMullen. What's your views on Pauline at the moment and where she stands?
I'll just check. Can you hear me nice and clear?
We can hear you lovely and clear.
Great. So I guess the two questions are, the first being, is the rise of One Nation an indication of something different happening in politics? I think so. You can see it not just online, because we all get sorts of, curated feeds online and social media, but I'm seeing it in real life on the ground. People talking to me about politics that had never spoken to me about politics before, and people are not happy. It's not working. Some of it's a protest vote, some of it is genuine support for Pauline and her and what she's been saying for 30 years. I do think something different is starting to happen, and I think we would do well to lean into that. However, the second question is, are they going to deliver, and are they going to deliver what the Australian people want? And as Robert brought up, it is very important to understand there are so many vested interests. So what we did is, I'm part of the Australia Marches events team. So we put on the events, 3 in Brisbane so far and Canberra. And an offshoot of that is the Australian Lobby Group. I'm not officially back end of the lobby group, but I'm an advisor to it, that sort of thing. So in our second event, I think it was October 19th, we organised for a coffin. While Pauline, I think it was actually Australia Day. I think it was Australia Day because Pauline came on Australia Day. As she was on stage, I played the song for her to come on stage, caused the drama. That was pretty fun. As she finished her speech, we had 4 guys carry a coffin through a crowd of about 10,000 people, dropped it on the stage in front of her, and we said, this coffin signifies the death of foreign lobbying. Because you are correct, there are so many external influences acting on our government that our government has neglected to act in the interests of the Australian people. So the Australian Marches team is to lean into the Australia First. It's a remoralisation of our love for our nation, our history, our people, our country, our culture. It is the Australian cultural revival. But out of that, we have grown this vehicle of the Australian Lobby Group. And so that's where we actually have a lobbyist in Canberra now. All the backdoor access, he can get in there and talk to politicians, because you go down to Canberra, yes, you can vote in whatever politician you want, but there are people knocking on their door. So the whole point of the Australian Lobby Group is to answer the second question. Are they going to do what the Australian people want? Well, if you want to support the vehicle that has been created to pressure them to do exactly that, then I think they could. The problem is that if we don't have that external pressure as well, where we go beyond just simply voting for who we want, then we leave that playing field up to these external influences, and then the politicians don't do what we want. So yes, I do think we're seeing something different in politics. Yes, I think One Nation they're definitely not perfect, and I have every sympathy for people who have a criticism of them, but I do think it's a waste of time worrying about influences that don't have a possibility of going somewhere. So for that reason, they seem to be the main vehicle for something different now.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Michael, we can hear you now. Can you just tell me what your views are on Pauline and where she stands at the moment?
Well, yeah, like I was trying to say before, I think it's the greatest reality show in the history of Australia. It's waking so many people up to politics and everything that's going on around them. So, like I noticed with the people sort of following and interacting with my situation in Tubi, that everybody's learning these little bits and pieces of stuff that's like all of a sudden awakening them to everything else, and they're questioning what's going on. So what I'm really hoping for is that in itself's a really good thing for Australia, to bring such a large percentage of people up to a point where they actually care about politics. They're looking at it and they're making the right decisions. So regardless of what the party ends up being with the success or not of One Nation, this is still a really, really good thing. Like 25% of the country's woken up in a year to say, look, something's wrong with the LNP, something's wrong with Labor. Well, obviously it was wrong with Labor, but it's going to take a lot for them to come back. All the promises and all the stories people tell, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. At the end of the day, you're selling out our country and everyone's starting to realise it. No one can pay their bills. Like, I run a business, I got 3 kids. It's the hardest frigging thing in the world. That's the reality of where most people are at, that come over my bar and talk to me. And like, at the end of the day, for the bush, if One Nation's able to win the bush, that's a great thing. We've got the National Party back, or whatever that is, to have a representative body that will go out there and lobby for the bush and give us that protection.
Robbie, it's actually an interesting point that Michael brought up, because the bush really is resonating with Pauline and One Nation. but it's not the area that they need to win. And sure, it's a hugely important sector of Australia, but the votes, they live in the big smoke. How do you think she'll go in the big smoke with the woke votes and the Greenies and the Labor? You got all sorts of a mishmash. That's where most of them are, and even in the Victorian election, which you're in, the Victorian election again has Pauline, and she will resonate. She's resonating magnificently in the bush, but when it comes to the major markets, major cities, how do you think she'll go there?
Oh, well, even here in Victoria, she's at about quarter of the vote, which is unheard of once upon a time. Remember, we're called the Socialist Republic of Victoria down here. There's and can I say, look, what we call woke is quite an exaggerated phenomenon. And my kids went to a school in Coburg in Melbourne, which is now sort of inner north, just above Brunswick. Now, Brunswick is fully woke. If you go to Brunswick, you'll find all the woke things you'll want to see, right? But my kids were at a school where you didn't see any of that. There was all this stuff that gets highlighted about what's happening in the education system. None of it was an issue, because there's actually, funnily enough, the preponderance of the migrant community in places like northern suburbs of Melbourne and western suburbs of Melbourne, etc. They're not into that stuff, right? And so it's sort of contained, and those other areas more on the fringes of the city, but these are very large fringes now and they've expanded rapidly in a short period of time. That's where the cost of living crisis is the worst. That's where the mortgage stress is a killer. It is terrible in those places, and it's become associated with this sense of overcrowding. And you do have a sense of overcrowding because the population has grown so rapidly. It's not, you can argue about the price of housing, but it's the number of cars on the roads, right? It's the people that are fighting over the car park in the train station that's in Rockbank, that's 30 kilometres north of Melbourne, fighting over the car park at 7 o'clock in the morning so they can catch a train to Melbourne to work. And there's not enough car parks. So that's that sort of area. That's where her support is the strongest. And it's among the women. I do follow closely the Redbridge pollster, Kosamaris, who does these breakdowns, and they get feedback. It's the women who are trying to make ends meet in the context of rising mortgages, etc. They're the ones who've snapped, and so she's going to do, a quarter of the vote is quite impressive, right, by Victorian standards. And if she gets a quarter of the vote here, she will continue to do fairly well in that regard around Australia. It's just that from a political outcome standpoint, if the Liberals get a bit more than her, then they are the ones who will harvest most of the seats, right? But you will have we're most likely to have a Liberal One Nation government come November.
Rob, what do you think?
Well, I think they're getting a lot of ex-Labor as well. So even, trades, a lot of young men as well. There is also, like I said, a cultural and national identity revival that's happening as well. And that tends to be more prominent among young men as well. So I think, look, across the board, she's stealing votes from everybody.
Which is incredible. And I think, and Michael, you must be, I know how you feel about the current government, and you probably feel the same way we do. And in the bush, they're getting a really, as we would say, bum steer. Pauline, she'll do well in the bush. How do you see her doing in the major markets?
Oh, well, you don't know. Like, everyone's hurting across the country, aren't they, really? People can't buy houses. They're getting weird shit taught to their kids at school, like you live on stolen land and all this decolonisation crap. There's, power lines, windmills, bloody solar panels everywhere. I think everyone's just over whatever that agenda is. So, if you can prosecute a case well enough to show that you explain that to the people and how that disappears from their life. Like, why would the people in the city not want to get involved in having more freedoms and having a better life and better outcomes for their children? It would just seem insane that we'd sell them that short. But obviously, right in the centre of every city, there's a lot of weirdness going on. So we're probably going to struggle in that area. But yeah, that's what I reckon.
I'm just thinking, Robbie, her policy direction, foreign policy, defence, environment, and so forth. It doesn't seem to be as strong in her enunciating it as she has done with immigration. Is this a problem for Pauline? And does she have good policies on defence, or is she just a bit of bluster here?
Well, Pauline personally sticks to her strengths, her themes. Um, I've been in my party since 1992. I was there when One Nation started in 1996. I started working with them. I contacted them straight away. I was working with them from 1996. I'm the guy who told her advisors about that we need a public bank in Australia, and one of them, David Ettridge, went on radio and said that. And the treasurer at the time, Peter Costello, who had just privatised the Commonwealth Bank, attacked him and said accused him of advocating funny money, and if it'd cause hyperinflation, and you need a wheelbarrow of money to buy a loaf of bread. That's what Peter Costello claimed in response to that. But I was actually trying to get them to see that they needed real policies. Pauline's more comfortable talking about her themes. She's obviously grown in confidence in the last 30 years. She always sounded quite uncertain early on. She's got that uncertainty out of her voice, but she was given an opportunity at the National Press Club to talk more broadly, and it wasn't. It's clearly not her strong suit, and so the question becomes, who is forming and shaping these policies? Because look, I can break some news here if you don't already know it, Mike. As you're aware, our party was merging with Jared Rennick's People First Party. Unfortunately, that's hit a snag and the merger's off. So we have to resort back to being the Citizens Party now, and we'll do that, and we do a pretty intense lobbying role in Parliament. But this kept coming up in the public meetings we were having. About what about merging with One Nation, and I agree with Jared Rennick's response. One Nation's structure now as a party becomes an issue, and I get that everybody who supports her has their hopes on a change, because that's why you support her. But this is not a normal political party. This is, for all intents and purposes, a dictatorship of one woman. She's the president for life, and she gets to pick her replacement. It is not a democratic party. And so while you might have faith in Pauline, but no one person can run a party like that. So she is very dependent on her advisors, and you've got to start asking the questions: who is in the back room there providing the advice? Now, I used to walk into that office and walk into Malcolm Roberts' office quite regularly, and I would have a sense of who they were, and I was never fully on board with them, and they were never fully on board with us, but we were good collaborators around a set of issues, and did some good work together. I don't recognise some of these. I mean, I recognise their titles. I recognise where they come from. There are some real establishment figures now in her office, and are they people that have become born again Pauline Hanson acolytes? I tend to think not, because they're not like the other people that have turned onto One Nation because they're hurting. These are people that are part of the winning side of the system. And I'm just worried that these are like the guy from the banking, well, two guys now from the Banking Association, they're there to formulate her policies. And people better start paying attention to what those policies are going to be. A policy is not a headline. It's got to have detail. The devil is always in the detail. Most things you don't like about government policies tend to be kind of unintended consequences. Now, Rob was right about the role of the lobbyists in Parliament, right? The vested interests, they have the run of the lobbying board, right? And so they don't care about the unintended consequences. They get the outcomes that they want, but it's up to the politicians to think through what those unintended consequences are, and it's always because the details can be missed, right? You need as much feedback as you can. And I'm now very interested to see what sort of policies are going to come out of One Nation beyond the the main themes, because that's going to be the determining factor in, is there going to be a genuine difference as a result of this?
Rob, should they be under more scrutiny?
I don't know about scrutiny, but I'd like to counter what Robert said. And I actually think from the position of the Australian Marches team, we run a event, we're doing a national tour starting September 13th in Brisbane. And one of the central themes is against mass migration. So I personally and the rest of the team be very happy to see her hammering the central point. The reason being, some of the bigger pictures are, Australia's birth rate, last time I officially checked, was about 1.4 children per 2 people. I think it's gone even lower. I heard a number today about 1. So immigration itself is being used to prop up so many facets of our country. People have also made extended presentations explaining that immigration is used to flip electorates in Labor's power forever. Because, as Redbridge pointed out, a lot of immigrant groups vote 85% for Labor, so they're using it to stack the electoral deck, very literally. You can have all sorts of scrutiny about banking policy and the fine details and legislation. It's all really good things to look at, and it's all very important. But the fact of the matter is, as we say in the Australian Marches team, the whole cornerstone of this house of cards is immigration. Stop the immigration, we have to address the economic issues. Stop the immigration, we have to address the birth rate. And the big picture that we're staring down the barrel of, and we really have about 2 years, less than 2 years to sort this out, is if you look at a country like Japan, in 100 years, Japan will still be Japan. We can't say that in Australia. The way things are going, if you match the immigration rates with our birth rates, and the fact that, this was always sold, hey, we're going to get new Australians in the country. Now Labor have abandoned that, said, no, we're not getting new Australians. We're getting Indian, Chinese, Middle Eastern people. We are getting immigrant communities celebrating being immigrant communities, immigrant culture, nothing to do with you, no cooperation, no assimilation required. They are living next door to you and they're having more children than we are. So we cannot actually say that in 100 years, Australia is going to be anything resembling Australia. So look, a lot of it's important. It's hard to just tackle everything that's important. Everything's so urgent. But I, for one, am happy to see them hammer the central point, because we think it is the centre point of the entire house of cards.
Yeah, but they can't just have one policy. Or one focus, and that being immigration. I understand where you're coming from.
Well, they don't have one, but they can hammer the main one. And to be honest, as we in the marches think, the amount of energy we've seen for these marches around mass immigration, we think that for 85 to 90% of people, that's the thing that actually matters to them, not their policies, not banking policy. Because the vast majority of people are not engaged in politics, but they do want to have a nation that feels like what they grew up in.
And it's interesting, isn't it, Rob? If you see the Prime Minister when he do an announcement, a special announcement, you see the Prime Minister. It's always, in some cases, the Australian flag is never even shown. It's the Aboriginal flag, or whatever you want to call it. That's there, and there'll be other flags, but at times the Australian flag is never in sight. That also backs up from what you're saying, because we have lost our way, haven't we, when it comes to who we are. And if I went out to, and you see, even the protest from the school kids who truly still wouldn't understand what the real issues are. They understand what their parents believe or the teachers believe. And you can see that happen in South Australia and in Victoria, both very strong Labor states or Labor governments in power. Whether they're strong Labor-wise, who knows? We'll find out pretty shortly in Victoria. So the protests are part of, I see, as a way of undermining what Pauline Hanson is doing, and the actual, we're racist and we're not racist. And I agree with Pauline at this point that we do need to find our own identity again, become Australians, because at the moment, as you mentioned, it's not the new Australians coming in, it's the Indians and people from the Middle East and and they are encouraged to have their own areas that don't really recognise Australia. It's just like an outpost from India or an outpost from the Middle East. So I do agree, but there has to be more, Rob, than just the immigration thing. I mean, I'm just thinking, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but what's her policies on financial and economic regulation, or banking, environmental protection, energy policy? I know she hates the windmills, as most of us do, but those sort of policies are not at the front of her attack and her cementing her
What
place strongly.
what I'm saying
That's
is
what
not
some
everything
people.
can be at the front. Something has to be at the
Yeah,
front.
but you still need to have those because it's
Yeah, I
more.
agree. But think of it as a V shape. What's at the front? What's the
But it
spearhead
can't just
of?
be. But it can't just be one thing. You got to. I mean, if you look at Nigel Farage in the UK, he's sort of he's used to be again the same thing. Immigration at the moment, Nigel is in my opinion, is a bit lost, and that and again a similar setup to Pauline's party too. Michael, in the bush, um, you have all these issues, and it's obvious that the bush is under attack from state and federal governments. And I've got no idea why they would do that unless there's this ideology, unless there's some sort of manipulation happening of the Australian landscape to not protect it because it needs protecting. It's to protect it because people need to make money from it, and they aren't the farmers. Do you see Pauline Hanson pushing the immigration, V, as Rob would say? Do you see her resonating with the Bush on the immigration policy? Do you think she should be pushing economic stability, looking after the farmers, doing this sort of stuff? You think that resonates more with the Bush? And again, I haven't seen a whole lot of those things lately. I just see it as we must stop this immigration occurring. We must kick out these people. We have to do that and this and that. But when it comes to the Bush, you're interested in making sure you have your own land. You can have your land and not being taken off you. Make sure you can all make a buck. Make sure that your kids and your family are better off than they are at the moment. Do you think she should be pushing those issues more with, say, your friends or your area or your constituents or whatever in those particular, in the bush communities?
Well, it depends where you're looking at it from. So if you're in the bush, you're seeing a lot of that from her and her party. So you've got David Farley, you've got Barnaby Joyce, you've got a few others popping up all over the place now that know a bit about the bush, can shoot a gun and chase a cow. So I think she's actually doing a pretty good job with it. Yeah, like we'd obviously love her to do a lot more, but they're pretty understaffed. There's only so much they can do, and immigration is the tip of the spear. But I think that we're firmly on the edge of it there somewhere, and she's spoken pretty well about us. A lot of people think that the bush is only concerned about farmland, but bugger all people in the bush actually own a farm. We're concerned about our kids, our future, our communities, having that control. Like a town like mine, we don't even have drinking water or sewerage. Like Aboriginal communities everywhere have that. There's so many crazy things that just get sort of let through the loops, and I think everyone in the bush is picking up on that now, and they're starting to understand that if we get a voice back, and if everything's transparent and everybody's able to have a say in things, well, that's only going to be good for us, because at the moment we have nothing. We have no voice. We were sold out by the Liberal National Coalition in Queensland when they joined together, and they stole the voice out of Queensland. And essentially the same things happened right through the country. So it's really, really refreshing to see Pauline out there. And to be honest, like that's one of the biggest probably conversation topics you hear in the bars. Like, what have they done this week? Like, it's great.
Robbie, the criticism of Nigel Farage was that he started bringing a lot of the Tories. They come back into the fold. Come in. We want you here. You have that experience. You can help structure our party in a way that it can win an election. The missing link there was that they failed. Those ones that Nigel brought back in were in most cases failures. Can you see the same problem with Pauline by bringing in those from the LNP? Because if I recall correctly, the last federal election, they bombed out dramatically.
Well, I think I can see that. You've got a little bit of that phenomenon already. Now, Pauline said that she doesn't want a bunch of has-beens joining One Nation, and she would say she doesn't need it. But there's certainly at least a bit of a trickle in that direction. And look, I'll be frank, I'm not hugely impressed with the people who are part of that trickle. They haven't set the world on fire. I mean, my party we have a standing joke in our office about who we call backbench Barnaby. And our standing joke is backbench Barnaby is the greatest politician in the history of Australia. Whenever Barnaby Joyce has been on the backbench, out of power, just listen to him. Barnaby Unleashed is great. He's an excellent communicator. He promises the world. Everyone gets excited about when he starts going after them. But Barnaby has been Deputy Prime Minister not once, not twice, but thrice. And Government Minister Barnaby is the most useless political animal in the history of Australia. The single most useless. If things like net zero are an issue, and I think it's an issue, he's the guy that agreed to it. He didn't take a stand on that. And I know people in his party who did take a stand, and he didn't take a stand. And so he's been able to skate by because somehow this marriage was made between him and Pauline, that he looks like he brought them some kind of credibility. And people like our fellow guests here who are big fans should be asking credibility to who, though? Right? Because if the signals that I'm trying to sound the alarm about so far are to the establishment, the people that are the winners in this economic situation, that hey, this is a safe pair of hands here. You do not really have that. You don't have anything to fear. You should be concerned because that's going to infect everything, including you can say, look, I fundamentally disagree that immigration should be the tip of the spear. I think there is an issue there, especially in what's happened in the last few years, and especially with this Indian deal. This Indian deal is completely unbalanced and just frankly weird. Every aspect of that should be looked at. But the economic problems in Australia, when people start making the current problems about Albo, I'm thinking, we've got the memories of goldfish. Go back to May 2022. Are you telling me it was okay in May 2022? There's a reason the country turned on the Liberals after 9 years and voted Albo in, right? It was a mess. It was a disaster. And this is a genuine Uniparty thing. And if a bunch of the other side, the coalition side, are jumping over to Pauline and she's accepting them, what you're getting with those people is what you don't want, which is institutionalized politicians. And they're the ones that have a reflex in them to listen to the influential, listen to the vested interests, accept the calculus of normal politics, and they're incapable of cutting through and say, what will it take to actually show the Australian people we can be trusted again? What will it take to deliver for the Australian people? And the problem is you don't see those voices of influence whispering in their ears. You just see their public statements. Well, look, let's grow up. We're all old enough to know if you accept a politician's public statements, you're a fool, right? It's by their fruits you shall know them. And that's why it is important to look at policy. It is important to actually see, well, how will this make a difference in Australia? And even immigration. At the public meetings I've had, I said what I've said about immigration just now. The cautionary reaction isn't coming from immigrants, who, by the way, go and meet a bunch of immigrants. One of the things that defines an immigrant mostly, they love being here. They love being. There's an interesting fact. I know an immigrant, an Afghan guy, who told me the number one thing he would like to teach the migrant community in Australia is they don't have to vote for the party that was in power when they came in, but they do. And the reason they do is they're so grateful to be here. They just had this love of the party that was in power when they came in. And he says the migrants have to understand their vote. They're responsible citizens now, and they should vote normally. But they do not take their citizenship for granted. A lot of these people. Yeah, there's some strangers on the fringe, but that happens everywhere. If you make that just the number one issue and you're not addressing the economic issues, which is what we're all in pain about, right? You can get rid of them. And I was going to say, at these public meetings it's the farmers that are the cautionary tale when we talk about immigration, because what they're worried about is someone will come and do like a Trump on migration here. And suddenly although they want to do the restructuring so you can employ more Australians, etc., right? They know that if you pull the rug out from under it too fast, they will be left high and dry. They will be left in the lurch and they will suffer enormously. These are white farmers telling us this, right? Real salt of the earth people, real Australians, and these are the sorts of details that matter. And that's why, yeah, you can get excited. I'm excited about the fact the voters are prepared to vote for something differently. I think One Nation will benefit from scrutiny and criticism, because the good thing about them now, because they're not completely institutionalized, they will be sensitive to that, right? But if everyone just says, oh no, don't say anything, right? Just cheer them in. What you're doing is you're letting the people that you can't see have the most say.
Rob, what do you think?
I mean, look, we obviously have a pretty extreme difference of opinion on the immigration issue, and that's fine. We could flesh that out in the future. I'd be happy to do that. But I'll just say, you know, it all comes down to incentives. Why don't the politicians listen to the Australian people? Well, if the numbers from Redbridge and others are correct, it's because they don't have to. There's no incentive. And once again, back to the immigration. I don't know what else to say about that. Why don't they listen? Sorry?
It wasn't immigration that stopped making them listen. Who are they listening to instead of us? They're listening to the people who pay them the most money. And it's not immigrants paying them money.
Yeah, and a lot of these immigrants are foreign diasporas with money behind them. We know that. They've got their lobbyists. These are people who are extensions of their home nations living next door to you. They're not coming here to be Australian, and they have their representatives.
They are suffering.
As part of that.
Well, they're suffering under the same economic conditions as the rest of us. They're in the.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they want to come here and act like a Western person to recreate the economic conditions that created the country they came to. Everybody wants to be here, that's correct. Yes, everybody wants to take part in the free money and the wonderful thing, but are they going to have the ideas, the behaviours, the philosophy, the understanding of what creates this into the future? Not necessarily.
Well, we didn't can I point out, we didn't become a republic in 1999 because an Englishman named Tony Abbott, English-born Tony Abbott, decided that it's far more important that we stay part of the Queen and not be a country that makes its own decisions. And no one questions that sort of thing when it's a white guy doing it. I think you can take this kind of stuff way too far because you're taking it off the subject of what is causing our economic pain.
Okay, I'll tell you what's causing our economic pain. I'll tell you what's causing our economic pain. Here we go. Robert Putnam, the largest social science study on diversity ever, sat on his findings because he's a lefty and he didn't like what it said, showed that ethnic diversity decreases social trust and civic participation. It kills it. It absolutely bottoms it out. So here we go back into natural law. Social trust creates cooperation. Cooperation creates economic prosperity and wealth. So if you don't have any trust, you can't cooperate. The costs of cooperation skyrocket. You cannot create the wealth and efficiency. And that is where we came from as a nation. So the science says that ethnic diversity, unless it's controlled within parameters, I'm not totally against immigration or any individual person whatsoever, but runaway ethnic diversity kills social trust, which then kills the cooperation, which then kills the economics.
Have you seen, I got an interesting stat. Have you seen the profits that the big corporations in Australia are making while we're in a cost of living crisis?
Of course.
The insurance companies have never made bigger profits. The airlines have never made bigger profits. The banks have never made bigger profits.
Yes, because if you run a utility, if you sell something that everybody, even if they're poor, can afford, you love immigration. More warm bodies, more profit.
The ASX 200 directors, the directors of the ASX 200 are 93% Anglo-Celtic. They are the ones that are making out like bandits from our pain. The Lebanese,
that doesn't mean you ally with people who
Lebanese plumber who comes and fixes my pipes, and he's got as big a mortgage as I have, right? He is my ally against those guys.
I'd debate that very heavily. I'd debate that. So okay. Let's just pick something about certain communities pushing for hate crime legislation because it offends their collective, their group. One of the central tenets of West is that we are allowed to have adversarial debate so that we can find that cooperation which creates that wealth. A lot of these groups do not tolerate adversarialism. when it comes to their sacred cows. That's very important to be a Western person. Do they tolerate adversarial debate with their sacred cows? We do more than most, not perfectly, but do they? So, I mean, yeah, you can get along with any individual person you want. It depends how far you want to dig. Depends how far you want to dig into their community and their leaders. How many of these people, the leaders of their communities, are running to the government to get special handouts for their particular community centres, to get advantages? How many of them support 18C, which basically says everybody except a Western man can sue because they're offended? How many? I think if you actually ask these sort of questions, you'd be shocked. But the point is, yes, a lot of our culture, our nation, our identity has been sold up the river. But these are the people that are pushing the immigration. They're using these people to bolster this managed decline of our nation. So what we are saying is there's so many of these problems, but kill the immigration and they're going to be laid bare. You have to deal with these things. But it's the immigration that pops these up.
Well, then I have, because I do accept the problem with foreign lobbies. I have to point out that you're putting all your hopes in a woman who wore a Israeli flag scarf in the chamber, given to her by lobbyists the actual people who gave it to her have now gone to Israel and become Israeli citizens. That's how little they cared about Australia when they were here.
Well, let me explain what we've done in regards to this. So October, no one came to an August 31 rally, but we had about 25 to 30,000 people show up saying Australia first, no more mass immigration. Then October 19, Malcolm Roberts came. Then Australia Day, Malcolm Roberts and Pauline came. That's when we dropped a coffin in front of her on stage and said no more foreign lobbying. Then we did Canberra. Malcolm, Pauline and Matt Canavan came, and we had Pauline say on stage, I am a senator for Australia, not Palestine, not Israel. So because we're running these events, we are actually getting her to say Australia first and only. You represent us. So once again, I'm just going to reiterate back to the viewers. We can put our hopes in a politician. I advise against that. You know, if you want to look for a hero who's going to save you and your children, look in the mirror. And the good news is with this lobby group, we've already had small wins of being able to force these people along the lines they should go along to keep them accountable, because that's what we've been saying. We don't put all our hopes in Pauline or One Nation. We think they're a winning horse at the moment and that should be backed. It's something new, it's something different, and that's not a small deal. But join the lobby group, come to the rallies, show up with your imaginary hypothetical pitchforks and say, you know, we'll give you a shot, but remember what your job is.
I disagree with some of your the policy emphasis, but I agree on the methodology. It's very, very important. That is the key. It's always been the key. What happened in Australia, in my view, is Australians get overwhelmed by the cost of living, etc. And it's not they become apathetic, but they kind of give up. They think the system is rigged and they don't do anything. And if they do that, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, because they go, you won't change anything, and then they definitely don't. And they vacate the field and they leave it to these very influential interests. And that's why, yeah, it's constant engagement. Wherever you're coming from, it's constant engagement that's got to happen all the time.
And, you know, my job is to bring the music, so it's more fun than ever to do that. You know, because the whole point is family friendly. September 13 in Brisbane kicks off a national tour. There's literally a PA and a band on a truck where we play Aussie classics, sausage sizzle, wave your flags, bring your kids. We're having an Australian cultural revival. But the back end of this is, you know, we've got to keep these people accountable. So the principle is that diffusion of power keeps everyone accountable. So that's what the lobby group is important. This is the Australian People's Lobby Group, and I strongly recommend you support them.
Well, you've won me over because you've mentioned the sausage sizzle. It has to be better than Bunnings, otherwise I won't come back. I love my sausage and onion and sauce, tomato sauce and white bread. That's about it. But you are right, Rob. I do lament that Australia is losing its identity, and you just have to look around and you see very strong lobby groups that are doing all sorts of terrible things via government to this country, and I think. I would like to see a change of government very quickly. The only thing is, Michael, change of government, especially federally and even maybe in Victoria and New South Wales, what do we get? I think New South Wales will still roll over back to Labor. I'm not sure with Victoria because the LNP have had a disastrous record, as Robbie would attest to. Federally, we've still got to wait a bit, so they can still do a bunch of damage. Michael, as to all the guests, as we're going to wrap this up very shortly, Michael, if there was a federal election, let's say in the next month or two, which there won't be, Elbow won't do that, but if there was a federal election in the next 2 months, do you think Pauline would I can't see her winning government on her own, but I can see her having fair input. Do you think that input would be a balance of power?
I think it's pretty likely, and like you'd have to think the biggest part of the education is going to come in that political like election cycle. So when you're heading into the voting booths, like so that period up to there is where it's really going to, if you can't sell your position, you're screwed. So I think she'd only accelerate into that, but yeah, maybe she won't win government. If the coalition come on side though and they start saying the right thing too, and everyone starts learning, and hopefully we can tip out a heap of shit MPs and get rid of a few crappy senators and just at least get someone in there that listens and represents us. Like when our town was taken, we asked every single politician in this country, we emailed everyone, rang their office of any relevance. She answered straight away, wrote us a letter, got the story going, then she came out here and held a rally. Like no one else was interested in doing anything like that to help us. We're the heartland of the LNP, so I think that she's going to do better than we probably think. But yeah, balance of power would be ideal, I guess, at minimum.
Rob, what do you see?
I don't like doing predictions, to be honest. I'm just
Well,
going to
look to
say,
be a cup of tea.
no, I'm just going to say, you know what? The world is going to be what we make it. So if you want something, get out there. Like I've just said, I keep saying it. I think it's important and I think they should do it. Show up to the rallies, enjoy, participate in our culture, keep them accountable. That's empowering to me, not sort of tea leaves.
I don't mind a cup of tea every now and then, and I'm
I
very.
like tea. I just don't
Yes,
like reading the future in it.
Oh, come on, cup of scotches beforehand. You can do anything with those tea leaves.
Okay, I think she's going to do well. I think she's going to do well. I don't know if she's going to take government, but I think she's going to be a big influence. And I think that regardless of what happens, the Australian people got to step up and influence our government through her and influence her through things like the Oz Lobby.
And Robbie Barwick, Victorian election not far away. I think, it's terrible, I think that Pauline will not do very well at all. One of the reasons is I think that she just recently but got her troops organised to go to that election in that state. I think people will get to the polls, and there'll be a great number, by the way, that will vote for her. But I think they'll get to the polling booth and they'll go, "Oh, I can't really do that," and they'll go back to what they voted for before. What do you think?
Well, it partly depends on what Labor at the state level and federally actually prepared to do in the face of the one nation threat, and if are they going to be prepared to change or die? Because if it actually gets serious, they might be able to win some votes back. But so it depends on what they're prepared to do, and it also depends on if the people are prepared to believe them or not, because they are the same tired animal. Victoria is certainly going to be the hardest for her, but I suspect she'll help the Liberals win this election, and there'll be a bunch of seats, especially in the upper house, that she'll get. And then that'll be then she'll. The thing there is she'll get identified with the outcome of the Liberal government that she's supported in, and so I hope they're prepared for that. Federally, it's not quite so clear to me because it's 18 months more or 20 months away, and a lot can happen in that time. So we'll see.
We will see indeed. Tomorrow we're going to talk to in the UK. We're talking about Nigel, and I think Nigel truly. My own humble opinion, and so far I'm right, he will not get into power, and don't believe the hoo-ha beforehand. But they've got a long time to go. They've got a few more years to go yet, so who knows. Michael Offerdale, Robert McMullen and Robbie Barwick, I thank you very, very much for your time. I appreciate it. Nice and vibrant, if you'd like to do. As for the tea leaves, I think I'll stick to my scotch, Rob. Much nicer, and there are no leaves in there to distract.
What's your favourite?
I like the. I don't mind a Shivers as just as a bit of a coughing one. I do like my. What's the other one? There's a Scottish one. If I can, it's about $110 a bottle, so I always go to the cheaper one. But there's some nice ones out there. But I don't mind the Shivers, and it's pretty basic, but It's a nice one with one ice block and sit in front of the TV and mumble.
Yep.
If I want to treat myself, it's anything Ardbeg.
Yes, Lembit Opik, who used to work for us, introduced me to that one. But I had another one. I've forgotten what it's called. Anyway, it's about $109 a bottle, and that's way out of my price range. Not Robbie's.
Just drink it slower.
Oh no, Michael, what's your favourite scotch?
Scotch. Yeah, no one really drinks that out this way.
Oh,
Bundy.
No, it's terrible.
She's pretty basic out here. Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Okay, there you are, Rob Bundy. Robbie, anything he can get his hands on. Me, I'll just quaff my Chivas Regal. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Need to do this more often. It's been fantastic and appreciate it very much. This is we're called the Country Telegraph. We're now the Pulse, the Pulse.today. Tomorrow we're doing the same, 2 hours between 4 and 6, and then we'll do the Protagonists, and we'll talk about Nigel Farage tomorrow. And next week we extend the programming. It will kick off, I would think, around about probably 3 o'clock, and it'll go through till about 8 or 9, and we'll extend and extend and extend until I drop dead. But it's going to be some great programming, and it's what you all deserve. We are not bought by anyone. We have no agenda. We just want to tell the story as it is, tell it as it is. And unfortunately, we do have some who don't like that. And really, we don't care. We just don't care. We just want to tell the story. Thank you so much. I will catch you tomorrow. Same time, same phone booth. This has been the Protagonists, and this is The Pulse.
Our mission at Pets of the Homeless is really simple, and that's to keep vulnerable people and their pets together when they're going through a tough time. Back in 2015, Pets of the Homeless started with a 20-kilo bag of dog food, made it into small packs, put it in a suitcase, and it was just me walking down the streets of Melbourne. One woman on a mission to make a difference. I would share the story on social media.
We've just hit 100,000 meals distributed today.
And the community really responded positively, and it just grew from there.
My name is Kent, and this is Hippo. She's everything to me. She's such a good girl. I got her at a time when I wasn't very stable. I'd come out of prison, I was homeless, but as soon as I got her, I just realised, oh my God, I can't let this dog go. And she's just my best friend. Hippo had a canine equivalent of an ACL injury. I knew there was something really desperately wrong. It was agonising seeing her suffering. My caseworker put me in touch with Pets of the Homeless, and Yvonne said that they could help, and I was just so overjoyed. I wouldn't have been able to get through that medical incident without their help. Like, it just would have been impossible.
That bond between us and our pet is very important. And when someone is going through a really tough time in their life, that bond becomes even more important. And that's what we're trying to protect at Pets of the Homeless.
Who's that?
My favourite quote is, I always wondered why somebody doesn't do something about that. Then I realised I was somebody. My intention wasn't to actually start a charity. It was to help. It was just putting one foot in front of another, and that's how we got to where we are today. We're now in a warehouse. We have about 150 volunteers. We provide on average about 60 to 70,000 meals every single month. We have a network of about 73 community partner organisations that we work with. We've also taken in hundreds of pets into our foster care program, and we've just reached 2.5 million meals distributed.
In the time that I've been volunteering with Pets of the Homeless, I've seen the community grow, numbers of volunteers, pet food packing, got a brand new van and we can reach more community pantries and reach more people. The community, whether it's the volunteers who are packing the food, who are foster caring, they've got so much love to give.
I think Pets of the Homeless gives people hope. There can be a bit of judgment for people who are homeless and have a dog, but the reality is those dogs have got love and support, and it's so wonderful that Pets of the Homeless are able to help. It really makes a big difference in actual lives. It's really important work.
To the people who have supported Pets of the Homeless over the last 10 years, thank you from the bottom of my heart. There's so many kind people out there, and I'm just grateful for all of them. The work that we need to do is so huge and the need is growing, and we can't do it without the support of our community.
Gone so quiet now, no birds sing in the dawn. The creek still winds through ancient stone, but everyone is gone. I walk the ridge where I was born and call into the sky, but only echoes answer me, and I don't know why. There's sorrow in the snow tonight, there's fear beneath the trees. The mountain holds its breath for us and trembles in the breeze. Why am I so alone? Why in the only country I have known? What did I do wrong? Can somebody tell me why I was only living free beneath the mountain sky? Why do the gentle always cry? They speak of me in hard words now, as if I have no name, as if my heart is not a heart, as if I feel no pain. But I have loved our country well, the grass is rain and stone. I carried life across these hills and never walked alone. My mother's breath is in this wind, my father's in this ground. The bloodline of the mountain horse still echoes all around. Why am I so alone? Why in the only country I have known? What did I do wrong? Can somebody tell me why I was only living free beneath the mountain sky? Why do the gentle always cry? I remember my mother's shadow moving softly through the snow. I remember running beside her where the mountain rivers flow. Now I call into the silence and only echoes reply. The wind knows where they've gone, but she won't tell me why. The valley wears a heavy grief, the stars seem far away. Every sound upon the mountain makes me fear another day. I never wanted anything but to stay where I belong. I only knew the ancient pathways, the rivers and the songs. And if you walk these mountains with me, you might understand the love a heart can carry for both family and land. Why am I so alone? Why in the only country I have known? What did I do wrong? Can somebody tell me why I was only living free beneath the mountain sky? Why do the gentle always cry? Country, keep my family near, hold them safely in your light. If they wander through the darkness, guide them gently through the night. And if one heart still remembers, if one voice still sings our song, then perhaps we're not forgotten, and perhaps we still belong.
Well, Ben Carroll is in a bit of trouble. He's been calling for transparency. Amazing. I've been doing that for the last 2 years. Transparency and community consultation. $8 billion has been ratcheted out of communities in Melbourne. $8 billion. And it was kept secret. Ben Carroll's now saying that has to be transparent and open. I reckon he was complicit in putting this in place. Ben Carroll, I think, is looking more and more involved with the corrupt nature of the big build, of the taxation of people across Victoria. Ben Carroll is responsible. And now he's calling for transparency. He's flip-flopped completely to the other side. The Emergency Service and Volunteers Levy, which has been forced on people, I think that's got to go as well. Sonia Kilkenny, the planning girl, absolutely no transparency whatsoever. And then just while we're talking about poor planning, Marrawara is putting out zero again today. 100,000 times the wind turbines in the Wimmera, still no power. Zero, nothing, zero. Doesn't matter how many billions you spend, there is still no energy. This is ludicrous, absolutely crazy. This is a non-productive energy production. It is totally wrong. The other thing I'm hearing, they're smashing up fiberglass blades out at Marrawara. Reliably, I hear they're breaking them, cutting them, smashing them on prime agricultural land. This is going to contaminate the soil. The fiberglass will never go away. Will that end up in the hay? Will that end up in the grain? Well, no one really knows. I think larger pieces could easily end up in the hay. This is contaminating the food chain. I think this government has not thought through this process at all. Food production is essential for human life. We do not need to have contamination on our prime agricultural land. The other things around Australia, I think it just goes from hilarious to more hilarious. Tony Albanese's overridden Chris Bowen on saying we can use coal and gas to power our AI data centres. Well, that just puts the whole net zero lunacy out the window. I think there's a lot more to come. Let's wait and see. I think we're seeing a significant shift both in state and federal politics around net zero. Thank you very much. It's Ross Johns here from the Wimmera Valley Environmental and Agricultural Protection Association. Enjoy your day.
G'day from the Bureau, with your weekend forecast around the country for Saturday, August 29th, and I'll even give you a sneak peek of Sunday, the 30th of August, our final weekend of winter, and it's going to be all about this very large high pressure system extending the ridge right across the country. So the only wet weather on Saturday will be Western Tasmania, coastal showers about New South Wales and also through parts of Queensland, and also this upper low driving widespread showers, patchy rain and isolated thunderstorms through inland parts of Western Australia. Otherwise though, we can expect a fine, cool to mild and mostly sunny day, tending warmer though across northern Australia. But let's have a look at all of that in more detail. Firstly, in Queensland, apart from just a few light coastal showers, particularly around the North Tropical Coast and also maybe the Whitsundays and Central Coast and here around Gari, we're expecting fine and partly cloudy conditions for many areas. Temperatures in the high 20s to low 30s through inland areas and across far northern areas, mid to high 20s for most of us through our coastal areas as well, and also a nice day through parts of southeast Queensland. Brisbane, 24 degrees and partly cloudy. Moving down into New South Wales, and a similar story there. A couple of coastal showers though through northern and central parts of the New South Wales coast. Otherwise, mountains and inland areas looking at a fine and sunny day. Temperatures generally in the high teens to almost 20 degrees for some locations, particularly across northern parts of New South Wales with lots of sunshine. Sydney, 19 degrees and partly cloudy. Canberra, a frosty start with 1 and then 19 degrees with lots of sunshine. Moving down into Victoria, and a similar story there under high pressure. A fine and partly cloudy day, maybe just a few showers in the early morning through the tip of Victoria, but otherwise lots of sunshine right across the state with fine and partly cloudy conditions. Temperatures in the mid to high teens through southern areas, high teens to almost 20 degrees in northern areas as well with lots of sunshine. Melbourne looking at 15 degrees and partly cloudy. Moving down into Tasmania, and while western areas will see those showers on and off during the day, they will be light, isolated and hit and miss, while much of northern and eastern parts of Tasmania looking at a fine, sunny to partly cloudy day. Temperatures quite mild as well, especially in the north and east. The temperatures in the high teens to almost 20 degrees on the east coast there, and high teens in the south as well. But with those cloud and showers, much cooler in the west, with temperatures only 12 or 13 degrees. A lovely partly cloudy and 17 degrees in Hobart. Moving to South Australia, and under the influence of that high pressure system, we can see warm, dry and sunny conditions right across the state of South Australia. Temperatures in the high teens to low 20s for southern areas, and low to mid-teen 20s, I should say, for northern areas with lots of sunshine. Adelaide looking at a beautiful day to get out and about, 21 degrees with lots of sunshine. Now moving over into WA, where we do have a bit of weather going on with that upper low, you can see widespread showers, rain areas and thunderstorms impacting much of central and southern inland Western Australia on Saturday. And some of that will get into our coastal areas as well around the Great Southern. But notice the far southwest and the west coast will stay mostly dry in those easterly winds there, and mild as well for late August. Temperatures in the high teens to low 20s in the south, and then getting up into the high 20s to near 30 degrees in the north. Perth will be avoiding most of the rain. They're looking at 22 degrees and partly cloudy. And moving up across our tropical north, as you'd expect this time of year, dry, hot and sunny. Just a few coastal showers there through the Cape York Peninsula and maybe up around northeastern parts of the top end. Otherwise dry, warm and sunny. Temperatures are sunny in the red centre and 25 degrees, getting up into the mid-30s through northern parts of the NT with lots of sunshine, and similar conditions as well through the Kimberley as well. Darwin looking at 35 degrees with lots of sunshine. Now that sneak peek of Sunday I promised you earlier, looking like a lovely day for many parts of the country if you love fine, dry and sunny weather, with many of our capital cities also looking at a mostly dry day, just apart from the odd shower around Cairns. Everywhere else is looking pretty nice as well. A quick look around, partly cloudy and 24 in Brisbane, 21 with lots of sunshine in Sydney, 21 and lots of sunshine in Canberra. Beautiful weather to get out and about. 15 and cloudy through parts of Melbourne, partly cloudy and 18 in Hobart, 19 with partly cloudy conditions in Adelaide, 25 and partly cloudy in Perth, a very warm day there for this time of year, and then 34 with lots of sunshine in Darwin. So for those heading out and about this weekend across Australia, make sure you get the latest forecast and warnings for your area via our website, app and social media, and we'll see you all again next week.
You're with Mike Ryan on today's News Talk, The Pulse.
And here we are. You know, I was going to start this show in a magnificent way. Had lunch, I'm just fixing my microphone up, had lunch at a homemade pasty with my wife. And I was just kicking and ready to go. And then she refers to this thing. I'll play it again for you.
You're with Mike Ryan on today's News Talk, The Pulse.
Now, I think that looks all right. I've been attacked by many now, including my wife, who refers to me to that. And I'm very upset, looking like Uncle Fester. Now, Uncle Fester from the Addams family, I didn't like him very much, and I never thought that I would be compared to Uncle Fester. So, I'm going to play you this because we need this settled. We have Peter Campion saying that I've used Photoshop. My wife says I'm trying to copy Uncle Fester, and I've had it. I've had it. So I'll play you this because I'm very serious about being compared to Uncle Fester from the Addams family.
You're with Mike Ryan. Free speech is alive and well on today's News Talk, The Pulse.
Oh, no, Uncle Fester, you're smiling. No, pardon me.
To show the natural Adams charm.
Got you.
Much better.
Much. Now for the character.
Beautiful.
Now let's see that strength.
Magnificent.
Now, the pièce de résistance. Your nobility.
Breathtaking. Oh, hurry, Gomez. Get it before he loses it.
All right. Hold it. Hold it now. Hold it. Ready? Perfect.
Now, how can you keep a straight face to that? I mean, I can see David's, who's my doctor too, by the way. He's quickly getting some numbers for some plastic surgeons for me. Uncle Fester. Truly, give me a break. Anyway, it's Friday. I can do that on Friday because I'm totally disorganized. I was thrown out. Just little love hearts floating around with a couple of homemade pasties, vegetable ones too. And Uncle Fester rears his ugly head. Anyway, Instant Polls is our official sponsor. If you want to increase your bottom line, boost your communication with your frontline staff, and gather valuable data from your most important resource, your employees, then visit instantpolls.online to learn more. Now, this week's poll is, does Mike Ryan look like... No, sorry, wrong one. This week's poll on the Pulse. Do you believe the media coverage of bird flu in Australia is accurate? I did see a couple of birds wearing masks. I wonder, I have to ask Uncle Fester. Just use the QR code on our screen to vote. Each vote is secure and anonymous, verified by 2FA. Poll closes on Monday, 31st of August, and the result will be broadcast on the Pulse after 4 o'clock. Now, the link has been published on our Facebook page this afternoon. Share the link and ask your family and friends to participate because your opinion is important.
Management was deciding in the dark. We lacked a method to hear from people across the organisation. we started using instant polls under our brand. Their expert design templates made it effortless to ask the right questions of the people who matter most, our frontline teams. We've seen improved profits and happier staff, and we now make better company decisions thanks to instant polls. Join us. Try your first free poll at instantpolls.online.
And welcome back to the Pulse. By the way, that's the picture is from a laneway in Melbourne, and it's near some great restaurants there too. I think it's down a little lane. Actually, maybe not. That's probably Little Lonsdale Street. Anyway, it's a great part of Melbourne. And the footy, the real football is on tonight and tomorrow. I think tonight we have Collingwood and the Bulldogs playing. Tomorrow night we have Melbourne and Carlton playing. Now, Dr. David Richards is an Australian physician, scientist and systems theorist whose career bridges medicine, mathematics, and the study of complex adaptive systems. David is also co-founder of Australians for Science and Freedom and also a general practitioner, and a very good one too. He'll agree with anything you say, except about Uncle Fester. And he's also an adjunct professor at the Australian University in the Faculty of Medicine. We're going to talk to David about the new flu jabs that presume will soon hit our shores. David, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure, Mike. And geez, I think that's really kind, that Fester, unkind, that Fester comment.
Kind, good on
much more of a lurch to me, Mike. Much more of a lurch.
Well, that was a great interview, and I've enjoyed that immensely. I can't remember, you rang.
Yes.
I sort of thought you might have said Robert Redford, when he was younger.
Well, of course.
But no, you just did lurch.
Yeah, very cruel, very cruel.
It is indeed. And great to see you too, by the way.
You too, mate.
The mRNA vaccines have been approved by the FDA in the US. Not available in Australia, or are they?
No, the TGA is reviewing the evidence at this stage, Mike. As far as I know, there's no approval given at this stage in Australia. It's going through the examination from the TGA, and I doubt. It's hard to predict what the TGA are going to do, but on the face of it, it would be surprising if these vaccines were to go ahead. We already have, very efficacious flu vaccines for the elderly group over 65s and so forth. And, so these vaccines would be competing with that group. Now, the study in the United States, what they compared the mRNA vaccine with the standard flu vaccine. And in that comparison, there was a reported increase in efficacy. Now this wasn't in relation to deaths or to hospital admissions or anything like that. It was basically due to symptomatic occurrence of the flu. So what they did after any flu-like symptoms recorded by the trial participants more than 2 weeks after the delivery of the vaccination. So in other words, the individuals would have had either a standard flu vaccine or a mRNA vaccine. Any flu-like symptoms were tested with PCR, and basically what they found was that there was a small increase in the standard flu vaccine compared to the mRNA vaccine. So that at the end of the day, there was approximately 26% efficacy in that respect. Now the study did not show or did not even interrogate as to whether that would make any difference in terms of admissions to hospital or emergencies or deaths. Those things weren't recorded. So it was just purely based on symptomatic symptoms. Now, when you compare that with the vaccines that are currently available in Australia for the over 65s, these are the the higher powered flu vaccines. Well, they're already performing a 30% efficacy, improved efficacy. So consequently, it would be hard to see why these vaccines would merit approval in Australia based on the fact that we've already got more effective agents available. Also, the other thing to mention is during the trial, the incidence of side effects was higher in the mRNA group and than in the protein-based vaccine. So standard vaccines are generally protein-based vaccines. So what we saw in the phase 3 trial in the States is a Moderna vaccine. They saw higher rates of adverse reactions in the Moderna group. Now, yeah.
You're going to say something. Keep going.
Well, there was something that there was a little concern in the study. So the original study was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, and the FDA subsequently did a post study analysis of the data, and what they found was that there were increased unexplained deaths. So these were deaths either sudden deaths, unexplained deaths, or uncategorized deaths. Higher numbers in the mRNA limb of the trial compared to the standard flu limb of the trial. So the numbers were 29 in the mRNA group and 12 in the standard protein group. So that's 2.4 times increased risk of sudden death. Now, that was statistically significant. The chances of that occurring purely by chance is about 1 in 90. So there was obviously a very significant signal there. Now, the TGA analyzed the data. They felt that it could be explained by the recordings. The timing of the deaths didn't seem to fit well with the known expectations from the vaccine. So they concluded that the deaths weren't caused by the vaccine. However, if we look purely at the statistics, it is a concern because basically that if we translated that, I've done the statistical analysis on this and use a standard Bayesian methods, and when you do the numbers, what it would mean is if those numbers were literally translated across, then well, let me tell you a little bit more about how I did this. So basically, the first interrogation I made was I interrogated the data to using Bayesian methods to try to determine, statistically how likely those unidentified deaths could have been caused by the vaccine, and the central mean was around about 20%. So in other words, just based on probability, based on the information that we had available, we couldn't be sure that the vaccine, that these deaths purely on statistical merit weren't caused by the vaccine. Now it's important to point out at this stage that these 29 participants, there was no postmortems done on these patients. So even though the TGA was adamant that these deaths weren't due to the vaccine, the question still exists. Without a postmortem, how sure can we be? And if we use purely statistical methods, we would say that just based on the available evidence, about approximately 20% would be it would be the Bayesian. We call it the posterior. In other words, the statistical probability based on the information we got. Now, if that was repeated across Australia, if those purely statistics were repeated across Australia, that would lead to approximately, would be over 400 deaths. Now, I'm not saying that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying for 1 minute that these vaccines are causing death or would cause death. But what concerns me is that the TGA didn't investigate this properly because they just made the assumption that this was not vaccine related. But in truth, without a post-mortem, how can anyone be really sure of the cause of death? I mean, if we were always sure of the cause of death, we wouldn't need post-mortems. And as everybody knows, when there is uncertainty about cause of death, post-mortem is the way we would normally investigate these things. So the TGA is faced with this information. They're faced with this information from the FDA that we've got this signal, which is just a very powerful signal, and with serious consequences, and they've got to weigh that up in terms of where we go from here. And without, I don't know where the TGA are at the moment in terms of examining the evidence, but I would imagine that they'll be interrogating that information very closely. So two things. One, we've got good vaccines that already exist that have been used extensively, and we haven't had any issues with them. And secondly, we have this uncertainty from the TGA, from the FDA results that remains unanswered.
Very interesting. I want to read you this. This was, we all know that Dolly Parton passed away, which is very sad, had a couple of big hits. I just want to, this is what they've said about Dolly, how she died. It ties in with what you were saying. And this is from her former manager, who was with her when she died. And he says, she got her COVID booster at her doctor's office. She came home and felt nauseous and sweaty and began vomiting within 2 hours after the injection. We turned her on her side. Her long-term time friend said, we called 911. When the paramedics arrived, she was, I think you pronounce it cyanotic. In other words, she was dead. So and again, the coincidence, I don't believe in coincidences, by the way. So gets the jab, the booster, goes home, sick, nauseous, all that sort of stuff, and then dies. Then we have some US doctors are already calling for the Moderna product to be taken off the market. We then look at the history of the TGA, and there are many, 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 many people who do not trust them one iota. Can you give comment on, I mean, I'm asking you just to give a general comment because you really can't say much about how she died, but if you had just looked at it just quickly and you said, what's the common thread here? The common thread is her booster, because a couple of hours later she's dead. And then you have a number of US doctors calling for the Moderna product to be taken off the market. I would say, normally, why don't you let natural immunity look after you? But you are a scientist, and the jabs, especially with the hysteria around COVID, referred to as gene therapy, which it's messed around with your natural immunity. So by me saying that they perhaps let your natural immunity take over, if you've had the jab, I probably think you haven't got a whole lot in reserve. And for Dolly Parton to die because of the, not because of, but the fact is she died 2 hours after getting the jab and felt sick after getting it. And doctors in the US saying, pull it off the market right now. Surely there's an indication there that the TGA should be doing a little more than what they've done in the past.
Well, you raised a number of issues there, Mike, and we're all pretty sad about Dolly. She was a wonderful entertainer.
She was.
You raised a number of issues here. The first thing to mention is of course the TGA and of course the FDA are heavily sponsored by the pharmaceutical industry, and clearly there are conflicts of interest here. We can't have if the industry is supplying the regulatory body, then then basically that's going to create biases, and we can see that. We can see that in this flu study, this Moderna flu study, where the TGA has decided on fairly flimsy evidence, I guess, to attribute these deaths to other causes other than the vaccine, instead of interrogating this properly. And like I said, I mean, if you took these statistics literally, I mean, they prepared to live and die by the statistics in terms of the efficacy, that they stand by the scientific method for the efficacy, but then when it comes to the adverse effects, they're not applying the same rule. They're opting by a different rule. They should, this isn't rocket science. If there's a 2.4 times signal in that group, then that should be properly interrogated. As I say, this is maths that any high school student can do. It's not difficult. And they basically, effectively what they've done is they've discarded those statistics. Now, a body like the FDA that is supposed to be protecting the public from adverse effects, as a duty to make sure they interrogate all these things properly. And as I said, if we took it literally, if we took those statistics literally, it would mean an extra 400 deaths every year in Australia from those vaccines. I'm not saying that's what would happen, but that's what the raw data in the study shows. And to just say no without examining the evidence is not acceptable. And you wonder whether the connection between the pharmaceutical companies and the TG and the FDA, I should say, has coloured the FDA's judgment in this situation. So I think that's the first thing to raise. The second thing to raise is that in these studies that are being done on vaccinations, they're taking the lowest possible standards in terms of application. So, for example, in this flu vaccine study, they're looking at symptoms. Now, wouldn't it be more important to look at hospitalizations and deaths? Aren't those more valuable measures of effectiveness than actually just measuring symptoms? Because yes, I mean, nobody likes getting the flu, but surely our aim in terms of protecting people should be protecting them from going into hospital and protect them from dying. So that's the data we really want, not these PCR tests. And then thirdly, the other thing that they do is the other thing that's standardized now in these vaccine trials is measuring antibody responses. Well, they call them neutralizing antibodies because they're supposed to modify the immune response, but it's not clear that these measures are actually telling us anything, anything valuable in terms of the way that people respond to the flu, because the arm of the immune system that's critical at protecting us from these viruses like flu and COVID are the T cell response, are the T cells, and of course you see T cell responses are much harder to measure. It's much easier to measure antibody responses. We've got what we call ELISA assays that can measure those things very, very easily. Measuring T cell responses is much harder, but they're much more significant in terms of telling us about whether these vaccines are really doing what we've been told they're doing. But those T cell studies are rarely done because they are much more technically difficult to apply. Now, the other thing that's really coming out here now, I think, and this is we're really paying the penalty for this. So 20 years ago, the arguments were that vaccination was so important for our community. The problem was getting these vaccines to market when there's a potential for public liability. It means that these vaccines are going to be abandoned, and so So basically, in the States, the vaccines were effectively exonerated or protected, certainly, against litigation where these vaccines may cause harm, and the basis was that it was for the greater good. That these vaccines clearly had a good track record over many decades, and it's in everyone's interest that we have these treatments available, and to do so we need to protect the manufacturers. Well, that's all very well and good, but what we're seeing is, and this is again exemplified by the FDA's analysis of this new flu vaccine, is that what's happening is that the gatekeepers are no longer applying rigorous standards in terms of the adoption acceptance of these products going on the market. So if the regulators are now lowering standards and making it easier and easier for these agents to pass regulatory authorities, then of course, where are the safeguards? Where are the safeguards for the public? And every other product that is delivered to the public, that product has public liability attached to it. That is natural justice. If I give you a product, Mike, and you have an adverse effect, it's your legal right to be able to take action against me for anything that I might have done that could have been done better. And the same standard should be applied to all products, whether they're vaccinations and so forth. So if indeed we saw a return to natural justice from these products, then the onus then would be on the onus on the manufacturers and on the regulators as well, would be much greater to demonstrate that these products are safe. And indeed, if there are uncertainties like has been outlined in this FDA flu analysis, well, then of course those uncertainties would be exposed more readily to protect individual rights and freedoms and so forth. So obviously we always want the best products available. We want to deliver those products, and it is a costly long-term thing. But the thing is that the current system we've got for regulating these products is not working. It's time and time again we're seeing the standards of these regulators is actually not what we would expect statistically, and we really need to re-examine the way that these processes are working. And I do believe that the HSS in the States and the NIH are examining this issue, and it really does need to be brought into the light, and hopefully our TGA are watching that and considering their own standards in terms of the applications of these vaccinations.
Alex Antic has also asked information from the TGA on their testing regime, and so far, nothing.
Nothing. Well, look, I mean, tell him to contact me, Mike. I'm more than happy to speak to Anthony, and I'm more than happy to give the analysis that I've done. I'm more than happy to do that.
Okay, let's move to bird flu. We've had a number of people on the show about H5N1. Dr. Peter McCullough who was on the show, thinks Australia should be looking at what's been done successfully in other places rather than rushing off. Now, we've got a high level of hysteria being generated in the media, and the Invasive Species Council pushing governments to spend more. Not sure on what on, but they want them to spend more. We've also had the spokesperson from the PSGRNZ concerned that there has been sufficient information made public about the vaccination of their rare birds. Now, she was concerned the consequences may not be known. She's also questioning the basis on which our fairy penguins are being jabbed. And interesting also to note that the Invasive Species Council, which the CEO is Jack Goff, and Jack Goff is a former union official and lobbyist and knows Jack something else on when it comes to medicine, but he has a lot of power, and they've actually teamed up with that ever reliable and trustworthy News Corp, which are not trustworthy at all. And then if you look at the history with COVID, they, along with the other mainstream media giants, along with some independent, were pushing the jab, and now they're pushing the jab for the bird flu, which they're saying has crossed. There's something for you. They say it's crossed into mammals. No one has verified that except them, and the PCR test would have been enormously quick, blistering speed just to get a result. And then secondly, they're saying now, this is reported on news.com.au, information supplied by the Invasive Species Council, that the bird flu is now crossed over into animals. Not verified, of course, no evidence, just what they're saying. And if you look at the history of the Invasive Species Council, from right back to Andrew Cox, and we have all the others, all the other activists, the scientists who are activists pushing the same thing, that they have said that for us to make it have an effect on Australia, we have to take as many people in as possible, as in news orgs, and we have to treat this like guerrilla warfare, because we have to make sure we win. And what they're doing is just distorting the entire truth, and they're, as many would say, they're bastardizing our country. But for them to be saying that it's crossed into mammals, which then we should be, should be concerned, and then to be transferred to animals, you can see again the jab, because they're going to jab all these beautiful penguins and rare birds, and as they've said, they've got no idea what it will do. We've got to do something. To me, it smacks of the revenge, the stench of corruption is just very thick right now, it's like a fog. What do you think about what the Invasive Species Council, the state and federal governments are now saying, and which is broadcast to all by mainstream media, in particular, the filthy organisation News Corp?
Well, look, this raises a very broad subject, really, to be honest. Firstly, a lot of, from what I've seen, the modelling on the projected modelling on penguin populations relies on what's called the SEER model, which was the same model that was used in COVID. Now, you may remember, Mike, that Neil Ferguson was, the professor at Imperial College, that he was responsible, really, to be honest, for the slaughter of millions of cattle in the United Kingdom because of mad cow disease. You remember the projections were that mad cow disease was going to become rampant in the UK, and we needed to eliminate all the mad cows. And then of course, when at the beginning of the COVID, the COVID era, his projections using the SEER model projected that in Australia, for example, we'd have, I think, 250,000 deaths in the first year. That basically the ICUs were going to be overloaded, hospitals were going to be able to cope, and of course that fed into the lockdowns. And none of his predictions came true, because basically this SEER model was 100 years old. The SEER model, and you can play around it. You can use the modeling yourself on the internet. Just look it up, and you can play around with figures and the rates of infectivity and so forth. And basically it's the old adage, garbage in, garbage out. Now the problem we've got is all these organisations, whether it's the universities or these institutes that do the modelling, they're all funded. They're all funded by by government and by big multi-pharma corporations. And so basically, when you've got a situation like this where there's a potential spread for this flu, of course the problem is that then the universities or the groups that come up with a solution to use particular products, are more likely to get track funding from those organisations, so that they can go ahead with what they're doing and so forth. And so this isn't just medicine, this isn't just health, this is across the board. What we're seeing is the universities operate in silos that rely heavily on commercial funding to keep them operating, and so they come up with these studies that are sometimes questionable, and sometimes are totally designed to maintain the flow of money for their grants and so forth, and so consequently, like for example, I mean, it is a strategy to vaccinate penguin populations, but what we could be doing is we could be exploring all these strategies, whether we use increase vitamin D in the community, whether we increase exercise in the community, look at the nutrition in our society. Those are the balanced public health approaches towards protecting people against infections and against illness and disease and so forth. And that's where the low-hanging fruit is. Now I don't say that doing an experiment in penguins. I'm obviously not my biological training is in humans, not in penguins. But so I don't know much about penguin populations. But I mean, there's always a role to do these kind of experiments in animals, provided they pass ethics. These universities do have ethics committees that examine the supposed studies and so forth, and so that some of these studies could be indeed be valuable, depending on how well the studies are constructed. Problem is that of course, as you rightly said, the media get hold of these things and then they distort it completely out of proportion, and so a sort of kind of, I mean, if we look at it, without it's an eclectic study on the fringe of healthcare, really, to be honest. Not saying it's not. I'm not saying for 1 minute there may not be value in it, but it's not a major plank in the health of the population in Australia, and of course it generates so much media publicity and so forth. So consequently, it gets that kind of attention. Whether the study has anything valuable to contribute will depend on the results of the study, I guess. And I can only assume that the people conducting the study have gone through the rigorous protocols for ethical approval. So I don't think the study itself is necessarily bad, assuming that it's gone through this kind of ethical process. But whether the money could be better spent on public resources, and it's a really out there kind of novel idea. And in terms of the bigger protection against illness and well-being in Australia, it probably has a very marginal role to play.
The injections or the vaccinating wildlife, they have they don't know what's going to happen, and that alone you should just say stop, because the cure may be much worse than the actual the sickness itself. And as Peter McCullough said, a couple of things when he was on. He said that, what about natural immunity? Which seems to have gone by the wayside. And then in a later post, he suggested that this could be a lab leak of some sort. And if you look at the number of testing stations, for want of a better phrase, around the world, there's plenty of testing going on. And I would imagine that many of those have very lax security. So who knows? Tell me your other love of your life besides whiskey. Sorry about that. But that's my love of my life. And I'm very, very thirsty at the moment, let me tell you. Well, it's footy, and footy needs some libations to get those juices really flowing. But tell me about the Australians for Science and Freedom. What is happening in your part of the woods with that?
Oh, well, that's well, we're coming up to our third annual conference. That's going to be held in Perth this year. And one of the key limbs of that is the role of energy in Australia. You know, the energy policies, you know, there's a couple of critical things in terms of energy policies. You know, one is that, you know, sustainability of energy supplies into the future is going to be critical. And, you know, we're looking at examining all the options available to Australia. You know, the one thing that stands out there is nuclear. Nuclear has been a sort of controversial option in Australia, but it does supply, you know, it does solve a lot of the issues, and it's green. It's a very green industry, although it does, you know, people question the track record there. So that's one thing. And of course, the other thing that is really a big issue here now is this. Excuse me, with AI, is the data centers. The data centers are threatening. You know, I mean, consumption. For example, Claude is looking at building a number of data centers in Australia. The consumption of energy from these data centers could put severe stress on the Australian grid, and you know, it's true that you know, we probably have the capacity to sustain it, but you know, it's going to take some improvement in efficiencies in terms of energy production to be able to deliver those kind of energy demands. So energy is probably the biggest factor for our conference in Perth. I haven't actually been closely involved with that planning of the conference, because that's another part of the committee. But of course, if you go to our website, australiansforscienceandfreedom.org, then you can learn more about our conference from there.
One heck of a conference. Were you doing much conferencing, or is it just basically, no, I'm just going to say pub crawl, but that's a terrible thing to say. I have to be nice to you. I have to come and see you soon.
Well, we are looking at putting next year. I'm looking at putting on an energy debate on the Gold Coast. So hopefully next time I speak to you, Mike, I'll have a bit more news on that, and we want to try and bring energy to the fore. Yeah.
So when is the conference, by the way?
It's in November. I can't give you the exact dates offhand. I think it's the early part of November, but it's in November, and yeah, we'll obviously welcome anyone to the conference. Absolutely.
Actually, it should be fantastic. And what we should do is do some sort of hookup. But we should try and televise it for you.
We'd love that, Mike. We'd love that. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And what's been happening? We have a minute to go, so I want to find out all the other bits and pieces. What else has been happening in the life of Dr. David Richards?
Well, as you know, I've been working tirelessly on my modelling, which I call deductive entropy, and I've published a number of papers on ResearchGate. These have not been peer reviewed at the moment, but one of those papers it talks about. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? A general practitioner talking about physics, but basically, you might have heard about subject called entanglement, which is Einstein talked about spooky action at a distance. It wasn't exactly about entanglement, but it's often been linked to entanglement. And basically, the idea is that a change in a particle on your retina can influence a particle in a galaxy trillions of miles away. Anyway, I did a bit of work on that, and that seems to be going really, really well. And I've got a colleague over in the States, Sid, who has a quantum computing platform, and we're actually working together to try to develop this. And our goal is to be able to link biology and physics and maths, basically, so that we're trying to bridge that big gap between complexity and fundamental physics, which sounds like a big deal, and it has been, but it's going really well. So I'm very proud of that. It's a great effort.
You'll probably find, you always said that Scotch is not good for you. All my Scottish friends said, we'll have to have a word with him, that young laddie. I said, he's not so young, so respect him.
That's right.
Dr. David Richards, thank you so much for your time. If somebody wants to find out more about yourself or your organisation, how do they do that?
Well, the scienceandfreedom.org is our website. We welcome people to come to the website there. That's the best place to contact us. As far as deductive entropy is concerned, well, there is a website I'm developing. It's called The Analytics. That will be up very shortly. So anybody interested in what we're doing there, more than happy. Would love them to look on for The Analytics. Stands for Deductive Entropy Analytics.
Absolutely brilliant. David, thank you so much for your time. This is the
G'day from the Bureau, with your weekend forecast around the country for Saturday, August 29th, and I'll even give you a sneak peek of Sunday, the 30th of August, our final weekend of winter, and it's going to be all about this very large high-pressure system extending the ridge right across the country. So the only wet weather on Saturday will be Western Tasmania, coastal showers about New South Wales and also through parts of Queensland, and also this upper low driving widespread showers, patchy rain and isolated thunderstorms through inland parts of Western Australia. Otherwise though, we can expect a fine, cool to mild and mostly sunny day, tending warmer though across northern Australia. But let's have a look at all of that in more detail. Firstly, in Queensland, apart from just a few light coastal showers, particularly around the North Tropical Coast and also maybe the Whitsundays and Central Coast and here around Gari, we're expecting fine and partly cloudy conditions for many areas. Temperatures in the high 20s to low 30s through inland areas and across far northern areas, mid to high 20s for most of us through our coastal areas as well, and also a nice day through parts of southeast Queensland. Brisbane, 24 degrees and partly cloudy. Moving down into New South Wales, and a similar story there. A couple of coastal showers though through northern and central parts of the New South Wales coast. Otherwise, mountains and inland areas looking at a fine and sunny day. Temperatures generally in the high teens to almost 20 degrees for some locations, particularly across northern parts of New South Wales with lots of sunshine. Sydney, 19 degrees and partly cloudy. Canberra, a frosty start with 1 and then 19 degrees with lots of sunshine. Moving down into Victoria, and a similar story there under high pressure. A fine and partly cloudy day, maybe just a few showers in the early morning through the tip of Victoria, but otherwise lots of sunshine right across the state with fine and partly cloudy conditions. Temperatures in the mid to high teens through southern areas, high teens to almost 20 degrees in northern areas as well with lots of sunshine. Melbourne looking at 15 degrees and partly cloudy. Moving down into Tasmania, and while western areas will see those showers on and off during the day, they will be light, isolated and hit and miss, while much of northern and eastern parts of Tasmania looking at a fine, sunny to partly cloudy day. Temperatures quite mild as well, especially in the north and east. Temperatures in the high teens to almost 20 degrees on the east coast there, and high teens in the south as well. But with those cloud and showers, much cooler in the west, with temperatures only 12 or 13 degrees. A lovely partly cloudy and 17 degrees in Hobart. Moving to South Australia, and under the influence of that high pressure system, we can see warm, dry and sunny conditions right across the state of South Australia. Temperatures in the high teens to low 20s for southern areas and low to mid-teen 20s, I should say, for northern areas with lots of sunshine. Adelaide looking at a beautiful day to get out and about, 21 degrees with lots of sunshine. Now moving over into WA, where we do have a bit of weather going on with that upper low. You can see widespread showers, rain areas and thunderstorms impacting much of central and southern inland Western Australia on Saturday. And some of that will get into our coastal areas as well around the Great Southern. But notice the far southwest and the west coast will stay mostly dry in those easterly winds there, and mild as well for late August. Temperatures in the high teens to low 20s in the south, and then getting up into the high 20s to near 30 degrees in the north. Perth will be avoiding most of the rain. They're looking at 22 degrees and partly cloudy. And moving up across our tropical north, as you'd expect this time of year, dry, hot and sunny. Just a few coastal showers there through the Cape York Peninsula and maybe up around northeastern parts of the top end. Otherwise, dry, warm and sunny. Temperatures are sunny in the red centre and 25 degrees, getting up into the mid-30s through northern parts of the NT with lots of sunshine, and similar conditions as well through the Kimberley as well. Darwin looking at 35 degrees with lots of sunshine. Now that sneak peek of Sunday I promised you earlier, looking like a lovely day for many parts of the country if you love fine, dry and sunny weather, with many of our capital cities also looking at a mostly dry day, just apart from the odd shower around Cairns. Everywhere else is looking pretty nice as well. A quick look around, partly cloudy and 24 in Brisbane, 21 with lots of sunshine in Sydney, 21 and lots of sunshine in Canberra. Beautiful weather to get out and about. 15 and cloudy through parts of Melbourne, partly cloudy and 18 in Hobart, 19 with partly cloudy conditions in Adelaide, 25 and partly cloudy in Perth, a very warm day there for this time of year, and then 34 with lots of sunshine in Darwin. So for those heading out and about this weekend across Australia, make sure you get the latest forecast and warnings for your area via our website, app and social media, and we'll see you all again next week.
So many places where they're using 1080 poison baits.
Yeah, it's an absolute travesty, mate.
It really is.
1080 baits, if you've seen what a 1080 bait does to a dog, it's one of the most horrific things you'll ever witness. And the second you see something like that, you'll be a big advocate for getting rid of 1080 baits. It's not the way to solve the problem with wild dogs and foxes and things like that.
On Sunday, August the 30th, I got a phone call from my husband. I wasn't here, I was out in Aramac staying with family. And he rang me very distressed and crying on the phone and told me that Tippy was dead. And he then described to me how that happened. He said he was inside, heard Tippy outside yelping, which progressively rapidly went to screaming, and he was thrashing him, throwing himself around. He went under my car, which is parked on the veranda in a carport, threw himself under the car and up under the wheel arch, obviously looking for sanctuary. Greg tried to grab him and got hold of his leg, and as he did that he just dropped dead. So he rang me and told me about this, so I was obviously quite distraught as well. And then he had to go into town, into Bundaberg, to pick up for a pre-arranged appointment. And when he came home a couple of hours later, Faye, our Maremma dog, was also dead. So within a couple of hours, we're not sure, any time between 9:30 and midday is when she died on that morning. So yeah, Greg took them to bury them, and he took Ted with him when he buried these two dogs, and Ted was there with him. And after Greg finished burying them, he wouldn't leave. He just laid, he sat, moved around. He wouldn't leave the gravesite. So Greg had to literally pick him up and take him away. So he knew his mates were in there. So yeah, sorry.
1080 is not a humane poison, and despite people's claims that it is humane, we now recognise that that's not the case. It's not good enough to pretend to ourselves that it's humane and keep on doing the same old thing that we've been doing for years. There's no excuse to keep on using a poison that is not humane and that we know is not humane.
And welcome back to the Pulse formerly the Country Telegraph, and nice to have your company. It's a Friday. If you work and you finish at 5, you've now left the office and heading towards the local for a couple of beers or a couple of shardies. In Victoria, you'll be getting ready for the football. Some big games, the Magpies tonight, Mags playing the Dogs. I think the Doggies will win that one. And tomorrow, Carlton, as John Elliott used to say, very famous person in Melbourne, he would say, pig's ass, but they will. They will kick their buttocks. I think Carlton will beat Melbourne. And for all those doctors and the elite that follow Melbourne, goodbye. That's what's going to happen tomorrow. Now, I could be wrong too, by the way, but I have it from some good contacts that Carlton, that's right, they looked inside their cup of tea, saw the tea leaves said, the Blues, the Baggers, whatever you want to call them, are going to win tomorrow. And I'm not a Carlton supporter, by the way. We took their players in St Kilda and we're not playing finals. And the team they left are. It's only a game. Instant Polls is our official sponsor. If you want to increase your bottom line, boost your communication with your frontline staff and gather valuable data from your most important resource, your employees, you can visit instantpolls.online to learn more. Now, this week's poll on the Pulse, this week's poll is, as we have some noise in the background, do you believe the media coverage of bird flu in Australia is accurate? Just use the QR code on our screen to vote. Each vote is secure and anonymous and verified by 2FA. The poll closes next Monday, the 31st of August, and the result will be broadcast on the Pulse after 4 o'clock. The link has been published on our Facebook page this afternoon. Share the link and ask your family and friends to participate because your opinion is important.
Management was deciding in the dark. We lacked a method to hear from people across the organisation. We started using instant polls under our brand. Their expert design templates made it effortless to ask the right questions of the people who matter most, our frontline teams. We've seen improved profits and happier staff, and we now make better company decisions thanks to instant polls. Join us. Try your first free poll at instantpolls.online.
And welcome back to the Pulse. Shortly we'll be talking horses, but one of my tracks I normally play at the start of the show, and I thought I'd wait for the middle of it this time, is this one. It does remind us about our heritage. It should also remind us that the ISC, the New South Wales government, the federal government, terrible email from Plibersek, just a repulsive email from her, and also News Corp. They're all in the big giant waterbed together, bouncing up and down, expecting us to believe their garbage. This should remind us what they're saying is absolutely horse.
They carried stockmen. They carried soldiers. They carried legends from Beersheba to the mountains of the high country. The thunder herd still rides. Skies and snow gums bow in winter light. 1,000 shadows cross the dawn, their wild hearts burning through the night. Their blood remembers campfire smoke, long dusty trails and stockmen's hands. The freedom of a younger world still running through this ancient land. Listen, the mountains know their language. Listen, the valleys speak their names. They are the thunder rolling beneath the southern sky. From Beersheba's fields of glory to the mountains standing high, no chains can hold them, no walls can tame them. The spirit of the light horse rides, they are the thunder, and the mountains know their names. Across the burning Sinai sands, they carry fate in steady hands. Through dust and fire they thundered on toward Beersheba's fateful dawn. Horse and rider forged as one, a rolling wave against the guns. The desert shook beneath their stride as Australia rose in pride. They are the thunder rolling beneath the southern sky. From Beersheba's fields of glory to the mountains standing high, no chains can hold them, no walls can tame them. The spirit of the light horse ride, they are the thunder, and the mountains know their name. And standing on the highest ridges, when the world below has gone to sleep, the ancient stallions face the darkness, guarding secrets they still keep. They remember every stockman, every drover, every mountain horseman, every charge, every rider who never came home, every horse who carried him there. Ride on. Ride on. Ride on. They are the thunder, the heartbeat of the southern land. The wild soul of Australia. The wild soul of Australia. The oath that time has never bent. When lightning crowns the mountain peaks and storm clouds gather dark and wide, the spirits of the old light horse still ride beside their stride. No king commands them, no empire owns them, for freedom runs within their blood, as surely as rivers shape the land. They are the thunder, and they still ride, and they still ride. From Beersheba to the high country, the thunder herd still rides.
And back again, and that particular song and the accompanying footage. If you have any doubt about your heritage, your history, how we should stop what we're doing, don't listen to these pack of pathetic mongrels called the ISC. Jack Goff, Andrew Cox, the whole lot, Richard Swain, the other bunch of absolute cretins. That's what you are. You should be ashamed of yourself, but I have to give it to you. You've done it very well. You are mastering the art of bullshit or propaganda. And as for the state government, you know, I would like to say you'll be booted out, New South Wales government, booted out. But I look at what's her name, Kelly Sloan, and it's just another Labor Party. I mean, she's pathetic. And yet we have people in the Kosciuszko National Park. Woo! They're going to save us. They're not going to save you. They're not going to save anybody. I'm just gobsmacked how we treat these animals. I mean, you can show how good a person is by the way they treat animals. These people, they should be ashamed of themselves. I mean, anybody, we have a very large audience right now. If you're watching from overseas, make your voice heard over there, because these people are a pack of bastards. It's not what you read about Australia, although that has sort of changed since COVID. The great lockdown, remove all human dignity country. That's what it did. But look at it now. We're going nuts. Nutso whatso, as they would say. Kill, kill, kill. And we can't do that. We mustn't do that. We've lost our way. And at the moment, we're heading towards a cliff. And if you don't believe me, just look around you. Look around you. Tell me who's feeling a little relaxed at the moment. Not many. Michael Franklin is the owner of Franklin Horses, breeders of the original Franklin horses in the Clarence Valley since 1880. He doesn't look that old. Michael has inherited the family love of horses and continues the tradition of horse breeder and breaker and trainer. Most of the remaining Franklin horses are still able to live in natural herd situations with an annual removal of young stock. Now, these young colts become the basis of the breaking training program. We have to look after these horses. They're assessed and trained according to their suitability. Some are chosen to return to the breeding herds. Some may be selected for various sports or competition. Some will become all-round farm horses. Others will become kids' ponies or just friendly paddock ornaments. Got a welcome to the Pulse. I'm sure he wasn't around in 1880. Michael, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mike, for putting me on.
Tell me, are you appalled? I mean, of course you would be, but have you ever in your life and your father's life and others seen such a low regard or such cruelty committed by large organisations as we see at the moment?
Yeah, I've grown up with the national parks all my life, and I've lived with it for my whole life. My eyes are wide open, and I've watched them send my father insane, and that's why I'm here now. The inhumanity of the beast really scares me.
And it doesn't stop with the horse, but it's almost like a cult, isn't it? That the government will say horses are doing this to the environment, that animal is doing that to the environment, that's doing that, and without even thinking, we have this like Australia's like this lemming following the one in front over a cliff. How do we? I mean, you've seen all this and you live amongst it. What do you think we can do to stop it?
Well, as far as national parks go, like mismanagement is what's destroying the bush. That's what created the largest bushfire that Australia's ever seen. And I was at meetings long before that and told them that they were making the largest bushfire they've ever seen. They will not take on the Aboriginals' burning methods. They have a no burning method. And then they say the horses are destroying the bush. Like where I am, there's 0.18 horses per square kilometre. That's off their data. And they're saying that they're destroying the bush. Like no management's destroying the bush. I've got videos and videos and videos of the bush now and the bush. And I grew up with the bush, that you could gallop through the bush and you could muster horses. When I was a kid, but when my great-great-grandfather was was mustering brumbies at Cabbage Tree Mountain, which is in the middle of Eurogear. They could run them from the top of the mountain down into this big brumby yard at the back of Station Creek. You can't walk through there now. It is impenetrable scrub. There's an issue. There was 350 emus there 20 years ago. They're lucky to have 50 emus there now. They're in charge of managing their wildlife. A horse does not eat emu eggs. Horse does not jump on emu nests. I've seen horses actually attack wild dogs around emus. They attacked my dogs when there was emus with chicks. It's put me to a point where I don't go into the bush there anymore. It makes me sick. And I don't know. I've been to every meeting. Meetings doesn't change anything. National Parks mismanagement, and if you look up their management plan, if they default on their mismanagement, they should be taken back over by the Indigenous people, or an ICAC inquiry should be taken into account, and they should be taken over and run independently, correctly, and make the Australian people's land healthy. Like it was. My grandmother's land was taken for its natural biodiversity. And the natural biodiversity, what was there, is no longer there now. I was being camped down there for a week now. There's a few birds flying around. Nothing. Nothing. I was down there 8 years ago looking for a horse. I'd done 350 kilometres and I've seen 3 kangaroos. The flats used to move with kangaroos. There are no flats there anymore. Now it is just impenetrable scrub. And that may be all right for a few marsupials until it gets burnt to a cinder. And then the only things that can survive there can fly.
And that's going to happen, isn't it? There's going to be a fire.
Yeah, it's happened, and it's going to happen bigger this time. And no one wants to listen to that.
We have a lot of the locals in the Kosciuszko National Park saying the same thing. And they said the next fire through there is going to be, a God Almighty huge obliteration of the entire area. And the same thing where you are.
Yeah.
I refer to the National Parks and Wildlife Service, basically as a bunch of thugs, a bit like a group of soldiers in Ukraine. That truly, I have got zero respect for them, and I think they've earned that too. They've earned that lack of respect. And you mentioned ICAC, and you mentioned the National Parks and Wildlife Service. We've got to start with them and the ISC. What's gone wrong with this bunch of morons? How come they're stuffing up our friggin' country like they are? And how can they get away with this shit?
Well, as far as I've looked at it lately, and I've gone until I've cracked myself and I've stepped back. As far as the horses and that go, like I've stood back. But as far as our national parks go and that, I'm a shareholder. And I'm not getting dividends, but I'm still paying taxpayers' dollars. My taxpayer paid dollar goes into them every year. There's no dividends and there's no AGM. Where's our annual general meeting for the public to ask them what they're doing and why and how they're making our land better for the future generations of the generations to come?
They talk about a cull in your part of the woods. It really isn't a cull because you haven't got enough horses there. It's just to clean up, get rid of the loose ends, isn't it?
It's eradication to remove the heritage. The Practitioner horses are a heritage horse, and we have a freeway around us. We have all this different stuff. I spent 7 years making the freeway put a fence up. When they done the highway, there was all horse signs all over the road. I will not ever argue that the horses were out of control. Due to burnt down fences until we're broke. Building fences. National parks, we're going to trap and remove horses. I never argued, but I will not abide by aerial cull of horses. I don't believe it's right when they've already taken 380, 400 horses out of there, and at the moment there's about 100, maybe 70 horses left there by their count. 70 horses. And there's 3 horses on the road at Wooleye. Been there for 6 months. All their millions of dollars worth of funding come to prevent human life. So why don't they get in there with a trap and fix it? I've been asked to go down there and asked to go down there. I have court orders that I cannot go onto the road and remove any horses anymore, or I am liable. I could have removed them horses in 3 weeks. I don't have the $1 million worth of funding. I don't know. It's the cull is to remove heritage. They've burnt every hut down there. They've burnt every yard down there, and there is no actual physical written proof of the existence of the people that were in the bush down there, other than a little road sign here and there.
Incredible. I just and the more you express your concerns like we are, and by the way, you know, we'd call us blow-ins because we've only been doing this the last probably 3 or 4 months because we didn't know about it. Do you think Australians, if they actually knew about it, but they're not going to get through much because look at News Corp, which is probably the big one in Australia. News Corp have partnered with the ISC, so they're now going to just push out what the ISC says, and we know what they're saying. It's get rid of the horses, do this, do that, make it sterile, as you mentioned. And we were up at Jindabar about 3 weeks ago, and my wife went into the forest just because we're doing some filming. She hopped over the stream and said the transition from a really nice piece of, because it was private land, into the forest, it was like walking into this vacuum. There was no life. It was just dead. And you've mentioned that, with your travels in the area. What do you think the end game is for the New South Wales government, the federal government, the ISC, and these? Do they just want to exterminate everything and remove our history?
They're looking for a clean EIS. An old black fellow called Uncle Bing told me down at Corindi, and he told the national parks. He said, you're looking for a clean EIS. Once your environmental impact statement is clean and there's nothing there, you have some of the best real estate on the east coast, or you have mining, you have whatever you want to do. If there's no life, there's no life. I don't know. There's a lot of people in the world, and there's a lot of people coming, and they need the land in Australia for them to come to. There's 50 million people in 2050, 30 million now.
It must break your heart. What about the other locals? How do they feel about it?
Well, I've got a lot of people on board. They're not happy about it. I rode to Canberra 2013 for clean water so that the politicians stop making coal seam gas. It was then, but it's mining. It's destroying water. And in every valley that I went to, they'd been amalgamated to a larger non-connective council. And they all had issues. But they all have children, they all have mortgages, they all have stuff to pay. And they said, thank you, Mick, for what you're doing. We don't have the time. Everybody gave me food, gave me hay, supported. I run into people, mining companies mining people that had issues. They signed my petitions for clean water because at the end of the day, everyone needs clean water. And as far as I know, eradicating heritage from bush, all it actually does is, as they bring in another 20 million imports, is take away our heritage, take away the knowledge. It'll become a fairy tale like the Man from Snow River is. It's not like the reality of it's going. Like there is base, there's reality on who lived in the bush. Half of my family lived in the bush. They lived in the state forest, free of rent, free of everything, and they worked in the bush and cut timber, made the railway line from Sydney to Brisbane. They worked on the mountain right behind me to get all the ballast for Sydney interchange. Like my family's cut telegraph poles. We've never had a power line to my property in my life. I grew up with candles and a stove. I live now with an open stove and a battery. I rode to Canberra to prove, I am willing to go backwards and ride to Canberra on a horse. Don't need a car. Slow down, slow the country down, make it sustainable. We need to make Australia sustainable. Importing 1 million people a year doesn't make it more sustainable. It just means we've got more local homeless. Don't know. I really don't know. The government is psychopathic at the moment, and they're trying to destroy Australians and import more votes.
And it's really interesting. because the horse, whether it's in Australia or whether it's the US or UK, other parts of the world, it's under attack. And many have said it's because it does represent the past, and they're trying to rewrite history and do all sorts of stupid shit. Sorry, you're bringing out the worst of me at the moment, so good on you. But it's just this is not how people should, not how Australians should act, should it?
No. No, in 1863, my great-great-great-great-grandfather was mustering wild horses on Newbold Station in the Clarence Valley 3 years after white man came there. He got to keep them wild horses back then. We didn't have enough horses in Australia to have wild horses. I'm still wondering how there was wild horses there that he could muster and not have to give back to the owner, because he was actually on works release. He was a criminal. But that was the base stock for the Morris's breeding stock, which is my other side of my family, because the Morris's is the longer serving, and then I'm a Franklin and my father was a Franklin, so the Franklin horses. But they are Morris horses as well. The genetics are there. The genetics are from the shipwreck that come in off the coast and got washed up. They mustered them all, and they kept them because they were broke convicts and they needed to make a life for themselves. And we slowly made a life, and then the national parks take your land, they take all your forests, turn it into state conservation areas and lock it up and destroy it. And hound and hound and hound you until you're broken, more or less insane. Caused a lot of issues in my family, it has.
I mean, I think I've never seen Australians act this way, and I'm appalled that it's happening, but no one's doing much. Tell us about an update on Uragia and the national park, the current cull, and what. I mean, I have to be careful here because it's in the UK. They talk about a revolution, that the revolution is coming because many see it as, a great number of people see it as the only way to achieve what they need to achieve. And I also see in Australia, in certain areas, the same sort of feeling that it's just, you're exasperated, that there's no way of getting any sort of common sense out of people. And it just drives you and drives you. What can the locals do then? I'll put this nicely. What can the locals do to put a stop to this, or can't they do anything?
As I told them at the meeting the other week, like, write letters. I'm not a writer myself. Like, you can write letters. You can write letters to people in the face if you like. Keep writing letters. If that's what you can do, you can stand on the side of the road and you can jump up and down and you can peacefully protest. Or you can go into the bush and try to prevent it happening as much as you can. When you talk about revolutions, like, Australia's one of the weakest countries as far as European countries go. Like, if we were France, England or any other place and they were treated like we are, their Parliament House would be burnt down. Like, I do promote Guy Fawkes Day. We need to bring Firecracker Night back, and for the real reason. People need to know why we had Firecracker Night once. That was because Guy Fawkes. What did he do? Go and do your research, people, and then you just might know what I'm talking about, because I won't say it live on air.
A good idea. I mean, you look like a very nice guy, but I hate to be on the top bunk in a particular cell. But I do agree. I think it is entirely pathetic and deplorable what's happening at the moment. Now, in the Kosciuszko National Park, they're also dropping 1080 baits. Are they doing the same in your part of the woods?
They haven't notified that they are doing it at the moment. National Parks yesterday or the day before took all their aerial culling offline, took all their 1080 baiting offline. So no one knows now what they're actually doing or why they've taken it offline. I don't know whether that means they're not doing it or they're just doing it without the public knowing about it. Public consultation is one of the big issues here. Like, they left the camping ground open for them to come in aerial culling when people could go walking 10 kilometres. Like, Uragia National Park has an emu walk that starts at the top of Uragia and goes to the bottom of Uragia, and they never even closed that. And it's like a 70-kilometre walk. And as far as the state conservation goes, like, they never had a sign put up they were going to put them up the day before they started shooting. So if anybody was out walking about in the bush, bird watching and just walking and camping and moving around however they wanted to do, they weren't notified. They would have ended up with bullets banging around their head and hiding under a tree, not knowing actually what was going on, whether Japan, Israel, whoever had turned up here.
The other thing which I find interesting, because you mentioned out for a little walk and next minute you find a thing whiz past your right ear, or if they're a good shot, it gets between the ears. In any other country that I know of, anybody that has a silencer for whatever purpose, you go to jail, directly to jail. Yet the reports are that the National Parks and Wildlife Services shooters have exactly that, silence. And as your dog would attest to in the background, agreeing with me. Tell me, do you know much about that, or is it just people creating?
Well, the size of the guns that Penny Sharp was talking about the other day, 30.06s, I think she was talking about, or 30.08s and that, I don't know that you can actually put a silencer on them. The last time they were shooting pigs and cats in Uruguay, I was 3 kilometres away and I heard them there for 2 hours going around on a salt plane, bang, 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 over top of their helicopter, quite clear and quite plain. So I don't know, that'd be worth looking up. The size of the calibre that Penny Sharp said, I'm pretty sure you can't put a silencer on them.
That's actually...
They're a large percussion instrument. Silence would make them less accurate.
Yeah, who knows?
And when you're flying around a helicopter, you do need to be accurate. Like I was in the Gulf of Carpentaria back early 90s, and I've been up in a helicopter and I've shot bulls with broken legs out of a helicopter. There is a real art to be able to kill an animal out of a helicopter. And with a high-powered rifle, like you do need to know what you're doing and you do need suitable conditions. Flying around just shooting horses, galloping along straight through the back and coming back and killing them later. You're not killing them in 30 seconds. You're shooting them in the back and you're shooting 5 to 10 at a time, and then you're turning around and you're coming back and you're slowly putting them all out of their misery. They are incapacitated, they are not dead. That's from a person that has lived it. And I lived that, and they were broken-legged animals that were unable to get to, put out of their misery. That wasn't going around shooting a perfectly healthy animal for shits and giggles, personally, is what the national parks are doing. They've got trophy hunters, I call them. Put the head on the wall. Let your kids see what you're up to.
And they are I say it again, they're bullies. They are a creepy organisation that needs to be shut down right now. And if they say, oh, but who will look after the national parks? Well,
no one's looking after them now.
But you got the locals there. I mean, look at Kosciuszko. You got these great locals there that have done it, like yourself. Your family's done nothing else but. And to be told to bugger off because you are irrelevant to what we're doing is a disgrace. I could go on.
I'll just say this, Mike. I've been in court and charged with 24 years jail for arson because I burnt the bush where I grew up. And that was like back in, I can't even remember what it was, but I had flames coming through the trees at 7:30 in the morning at the back of my house 24 years later. Because I decided I'm not going to go to jail for 24 years, and so I didn't go back down and light up our forest lease that they took. And then when the flames were coming through the top of the trees at 7:30 in the morning and we rung the national parks and the fire brigade up, they've gone, oh, okay. They got there at 9 o'clock. It was lucky I'd already put bulldozer lines in to stop it. And they've gone, oh, we're only protecting houses today. Like they let my skidders burn, they let my forklifts burn, they let everything burn. And like, I've never seen a fire like it. The only reason the fire was like it is because they never pre-burnt. And under their management plan, they're not to endanger neighbours. And as far as their management plan for horses go, they're meant to consult their neighbours. Since my father died in 2008, and they consulted him to the day he went to hospital to die about his horses, they told me they weren't my horses. And so I don't know. It's not right. It does my head in, but we just keep fighting the fight. And as far as I'm concerned, they will not be shooting horses in here again. There's many different people doing many different things, and we'll see how we go with it, because they have a law system designed so they can write their own laws. The law's not for the man. Franklin, if you go and look it up, means free man. I'm not a peasant, but I'm not a lord. I'm just a person. But I'll have a go. I don't back down.
I saw an image of, and we'll wrap this up because it's starting to get dark, and we haven't got any candles for you. But I saw an image of this, and I try and block it off because I'm actually from the land originally. I left as soon as I could. I was terrible. But this video of this horse had just been shot, and the shock with the horse, and it dropped, and it didn't understand what was happening, so it was in shock, and then the video stopped, of course, and then it would have died. The horse is a very intelligent creature. The horse has done so much with our nation, gone to wars and stuff, and most times, if you look at the First World War, we shot them all because we couldn't bring them back after they fought with us. And then we're doing the same thing now, but we're doing it even better. We're killing them all. Tell me, just because you know horses, can you tell me what's going through their heads at the moment? Are they must, they know what's happening, and they must be absolutely in shock.
Well, my riding horses have been hiding for 3 weeks since I decided to protest about this and that and was going to take them down there. I haven't seen me riding horses on 1,000 acres since. I think they're just hiding behind a tree, waiting until it's all over and come back and talk to me. But yeah, the horses already down there in Uruguay have been separated into little, small amounts of horses. There's 3 or 4. That's a very dysfunctional lot of horses down there that are already living in trauma. The actual mobs are not there anymore. They've been removed. Certain ones have got away, and they're very dysfunctional. It is quite sad. It's why, like I say, why I don't go down there. I used to live down there, and I don't. It breaks my heart to go down there and see these horses in the way that they are there, and for them to bring out a helicopter to shoot 70 horses when that's all that's left there blows me away. But yeah, no, I know exactly how they feel, and that's why I'm there, Mike. That's all I'll say, and my word is that I will not abide by it happening.
You'll go to heaven.
If you come up on the media as a dead person, you'll know that they see me, because I will be in high vis, but I won't be allowing it to happen.
I wish you all the best, and I think, I do think we need to. We have to stop these atrocities, because they are, and I don't give a crap what the government or this organisation called the ISC. Who the hell are they? And I don't care what you say.
Who are they? That's exactly right. Who are they, Mike? Like ISC, Mr. Goff. Like he's what is he? Whose son is he?
He's an ex-union person.
Yeah, that's right. Whose son is he, and why has he been taken on board to represent? Well, the government has enough environmentalists to tell them what they're doing wrong. And as he turns up here and the horses are doing wrong, like, the management's wrong.
It is.
Like, I can ride through the state forest down there. There's more horses in the middle of the national park in the state forest than there is in their national park. And as far as I know, when they'll come with the helicopters, they'll land it, hover it over top of the state forest, and they'll push them all out and they'll shoot them in the national park. But there's more horses in their state forest. And they don't manage the state forest real well either, but I'm just saying that they manage national parks worse. The Great Koala National Park is the greatest barbecue inferno of koalas that there ever will be seen. I may not live to see it, but it's here quoted today. The infernos are ridiculous. They've just joined the biggest national parks to the bad, and it's just ridiculous. It is psychopathic to destroy us, ours. It's Australian people's put to the side and protected for us, for our future generations. As the Aboriginals say, past, present, future, and into the eternal. It's all the way there. Like, it's stupid. Station Creek is meant to be one of the most pristine camping areas under the national parks. Best camping spots on the east coast. There's been horses there all my life, and it is not pristine anymore. The camping spot's mowed really nicely, and the ocean looks beautiful. But actually walk into the bush, and if you actually are an ecologist or anybody connected to the land, you will know how sick it is. And it is sickening. It makes me sick.
We do have to leave it. I want to do this more. I need to talk more on air about this. We need to keep telling people, and don't stop.
No problem, Mike. Yeah, I'm just hoping that there's court appearances. I'm hoping that there's enough compiled to push this court thing right through, or lodge another thing as it's going through, that it does get stopped. It is a machine, and the machine makes its own grease.
It does,
and very hard.
And to fight government is very, very hard, because they're very, very big and they can do what they like to a point. Michael Franklin, I have to say I've appreciated your time and your candidness beyond belief. Thank you, sir, for your consideration and for joining us. And it does mean a lot, not just to us, but to our audience. And God bless you, sir.
No problem. Thank you, Mike and Jennifer.
Thank you. This is The Pulse. And welcome back to The Pulse. We've got the protagonists coming up very shortly. Again, we're looking at this time at Queensland and what they're doing to our beautiful state, which is deplorable. I see a few farmers are a bit uptight about the government saying that paraquat for some industries will be removed. Should do it for every industry. I'm going to play this up to the weather and before the protagonists. And if you think paraquat or Roundup or those things are good for you or good for our future, watch this. Give yourself about 8 minutes. Watch this, and we'll see what you think after it. This is The Pulse.
For decades, a powerful pesticide has been a quiet force in American agriculture. Farmers spray it on their fields where they grow wheat, cotton, and other crops as a way to quickly kill weeds. But scientists are increasingly warning farmers that the chemical they've come to rely on may actually be killing them. The chemical is called paraquat, and it's now at the center of one of the biggest environmental health battles in the country. Thousands of farmers who used paraquat say the exposure caused them to develop Parkinson's disease, a devastating, incurable neurological disorder. They claim the Chinese-owned company behind it, Syngenta, knew the risks for years and worked behind the scenes to bury the research connecting paraquat to Parkinson's. More than 8,000 lawsuits have been filed across the United States. I spoke with Amy Wagstaff, an attorney representing paraquat plaintiffs.
They're alleging that Syngenta and Chevron knew that paraquat could get into your bloodstream and go to your brain, and that they knew that it was a neurotoxin, and they did nothing to prevent that, and they did not warn about it. Anytime a chemical company knows of the danger of something and they don't do anything to stop it, and they certainly don't warn, or they don't enforce wearing PPEs and things of that nature, I think the juries will find that very egregious.
Internal company files obtained by the new lead show as far back as 1975, corporate insiders were aware of the potential risks. They called paraquat's long-term effects a quite terrible problem. The documents reveal that Syngenta has spent the last several decades working to protect their paraquat profits, silence critics, and influence regulators.
A manufacturer of paraquat had done its own laboratory experiments exposing mice, rats, and rabbits to paraquat, and those exposures led to features of the disease, including tremor. These experiments, though, weren't done in the 1990s when academics were doing them. These experiments, according to reporting from The Guardian, were done in the 1960s, a generation before academics had reached the same conclusion.
Among other tactics, the company developed a SWAT team strategy to undermine any science that showed links between paraquat and Parkinson's disease. The record shows Syngenta even worked behind the scenes to block a respected scientist from joining an Environmental Protection Agency advisory panel and took steps to ensure its role in blocking that scientist wouldn't be traced.
The vast majority of individuals, 85+% of individuals in large portions of the world, carry no known genetic cause or genetic risk factor for the disease. The principal causes of Parkinson's disease, therefore, do not lie within us. They are not in our DNA. They are not in our cells. They lie outside of us in our environment. And paraquat and other pesticides and other chemicals that damage the energy-producing parts of nerve cells, the mitochondria, which are enriched in the cells that are damaged and die off in Parkinson's disease, are likely to blame.
As the disease progresses and the brain degenerates, people with the disease can suffer tremors, loss of balance and movement, difficulty speaking and swallowing, cognitive decline, and ultimately death. Today, Parkinson's is one of the fastest growing neurological disorders on the planet. Its prevalence has more than doubled in 30 years. Each year, about 90,000 Americans are diagnosed. Larry Wiles, a Pennsylvania farmer who used paraquat for years, is one of many farmers who have been diagnosed with Parkinson's.
I would pull in here with a tractor and a sprayer. We would spray paraquat on here to kill all the vegetation. I think paraquat came on the shelves in the early 60s. And my dad was the first in the area to use it. And we used it freely from then on for years. And then I bought my own farm right down the road here, and I used it. And I would say just in the last year have I recognized that it was the cause of my Parkinson's.
Syngenta denies that paraquat causes Parkinson's disease, and the company says it has over 1,000 studies that support its position. So far, it has avoided facing a jury because of settlements or delays, moving instead toward a mass financial settlement as trial dates in 2026 loom. I spoke with Feldelma Fitzpatrick, one of the lawyers representing plaintiffs, to learn more about the legal battle.
When those Syngenta papers became public, and it became much more widely understood, not only what was happening scientifically, but what these companies actually knew. They actually knew what they were doing. That's really what spawned the renewed interest in the litigation, as well as just, developing science that is going on. So it kind of became that perfect storm. We were supposed to have had 4 trials by now. We've had no trials. I don't believe the defendants want to go to trial. I don't think that they have any interest in the world knowing what it is that they did and the absolute callous disregard they had for these clients.
As the debate grows louder, many plaintiffs are dying before they ever see their day in court.
The issue is this is a progressive disease. So if I file a case today of someone who's newly diagnosed with Parkinson's disease and they can't get to trial for 4 or 5 years, there's a substantial likelihood that they are not going to be able to fully participate in their trial. Parkinson's affects your ability to communicate. And because of that, the longer that you go between filing a lawsuit and actually getting your deposition taken, your ability to tell your story is just greatly compromised.
Almost all paraquat sprayed in the U.S. is imported from China and the United Kingdom. a grand irony as both countries have already banned it on their own soil. One report put it bluntly: the health and environmental harms of paraquat will be felt in U.S. communities for generations as profits flow to a foreign-owned mega conglomerate. Dozens of countries around the world have banned paraquat, but it remains legal in the United States. The Environmental Protection Agency says the evidence isn't clear enough to ban it and has pushed for a final decision to 2026 to seek more data. Lawmakers, health groups, and advocate organizations like the Michael J. Fox Foundation for Parkinson's Research are urging a ban, citing studies showing paraquat can raise Parkinson's risk by up to 500%.
Parkinson's is on the rise. It's the fastest growing neurodegenerative disease in the world. We started our journey on paraquat about 7 or 8 years ago at the Michael J. Fox Foundation. And when I learned of the connection between exposure to this chemical and Parkinson's, I immediately thought, well, this is something we can do something about. The more I dug into paraquat and the more I learned about paraquat, there were a lot of things that were surprising. It was surprising to find out that nearly 70 other countries have banned it, but the United States hasn't. But one of the shocking things is that paraquat is banned on golf courses. So the golfers are protected, the golf course workers are protected, yet we use it on crops all over the United States. When I learned that this is a disease that could possibly be prevented, that to me is a public policy question. And so we've worked so hard over the past several years, submitting dozens upon dozens of scientific studies to the EPA, a petition with over 100,000 signatures to the EPA. We've met with the EPA with patients that were exposed to paraquat.
For farmers who built their lives on the land, the fight over paraquat isn't about politics or abstract science. It's personal.
All you have to do is look at my life, and you can see what it can do to a person who spread those chemicals on the land. So I would say, please take a good look at it, and please find it within yourself to rid this horrible chemical off the shelves and stop the big companies from making it.
The knowledge that for decades we've poisoned the land, the air, the water, and the food that we live around. And because of that, because of all these chemicals that we've put into our system, there are diseases out there that are caused by these chemicals. And it's within our power to eliminate those diseases if we eliminate the triggers.
G'day from the Bureau, with your weekend forecast around the country for Saturday, August 29th, and I'll even give you a sneak peek of Sunday, the 30th of August, our final weekend of winter, and it's going to be all about this very large high-pressure system extending the ridge right across the country. So the only wet weather on Saturday will be Western Tasmania, coastal showers about New South Wales and also through parts of Queensland, and also this upper low driving widespread showers, patchy rain and isolated thunderstorms through inland parts of Western Australia. Otherwise though, we can expect a fine, cool to mild and mostly sunny day, tending warmer though across northern Australia. But let's have a look at all of that in more detail. Firstly, in Queensland, apart from just a few light coastal showers, particularly around the North Tropical Coast and also maybe the Whitsundays and Central Coast and here around Gari, we're expecting fine and partly cloudy conditions for many areas. Temperatures in the high 20s to low 30s through inland areas and across far northern areas, mid to high 20s for most of us through our coastal areas as well, and also a nice day through parts of southeast Queensland. Brisbane, 24 degrees and partly cloudy. Moving down into New South Wales, and a similar story there. A couple of coastal showers though through northern and central parts of the New South Wales coast. Otherwise, mountains and inland areas looking at a fine and sunny day. Temperatures generally in the high teens to almost 20 degrees for some locations, particularly across northern parts of New South Wales with lots of sunshine. Sydney, 19 degrees and partly cloudy. Canberra, a frosty start with 1 and then 19 degrees with lots of sunshine. Moving down into Victoria, and a similar story there under high pressure. A fine and partly cloudy day, maybe just a few showers in the early morning through the tip of Victoria, but otherwise lots of sunshine right across the state with fine and partly cloudy conditions. Temperatures in the mid to high teens through southern areas, high teens to almost 20 degrees in northern areas as well with lots of sunshine. Melbourne looking at 15 degrees and partly cloudy. Moving down into Tasmania, and while western areas will see those showers on and off during the day, they will be light, isolated and hit and miss, while much of northern and eastern parts of Tasmania looking at a fine, sunny to partly cloudy day. Temperatures quite mild as well, especially in the north and east. Temperatures in the high teens to almost 20 degrees on the east coast there, and high teens in the south as well. But with those cloud and showers, much cooler in the west, with temperatures only 12 or 13 degrees. A lovely partly cloudy and 17 degrees in Hobart. Moving to South Australia, and under the influence of that high pressure system, we can see warm, dry and sunny conditions right across the state of South Australia. Temperatures in the high teens to low 20s for southern areas, and low to mid-teen 20s, I should say, for northern areas with lots of sunshine. Adelaide looking at a beautiful day to get out and about, 21 degrees with lots of sunshine. Now moving over into WA, where we do have a bit of weather going on with that upper low. You can see widespread showers, rain areas and thunderstorms impacting much of central and southern inland Western Australia on Saturday. And some of that will get into our coastal areas as well around the Great Southern. But notice the far southwest and the west coast will stay mostly dry in those easterly winds there, and mild as well for late August. Temperatures in the high teens to low 20s in the south, and then getting up into the high 20s to near 30 degrees in the north. Perth will be avoiding most of the rain. They're looking at 22 degrees and partly cloudy. And moving up across our tropical north, as you'd expect this time of year, dry, hot and sunny. Just a few coastal showers there through the Cape York Peninsula and maybe up around northeastern parts of the top end. Otherwise dry, warm and sunny. Temperatures are sunny in the red centre and 25 degrees, getting up into the mid-30s through northern parts of the NT with lots of sunshine, and similar conditions as well through the Kimberley as well. Darwin looking at 35 degrees with lots of sunshine. Now that sneak peek of Sunday I promised you earlier, looking like a lovely day for many parts of the country if you love fine, dry and sunny weather, with many of our capital cities also looking at a mostly dry day, just apart from the odd shower around Cairns. Everywhere else is looking pretty nice as well. A quick look around, partly cloudy and 24 in Brisbane, 21 with lots of sunshine in Sydney, 21 and lots of sunshine in Canberra. Beautiful weather to get out and about. 15 and cloudy through parts of Melbourne, partly cloudy and 18 in Hobart, 19 with partly cloudy conditions in Adelaide, 25 and partly cloudy in Perth, a very warm day there for this time of year, and then 34 with lots of sunshine in Darwin. So for those heading out and about this weekend across Australia, make sure you get the latest forecast and warnings for your area via our website, app and social media, and we'll see you all again next week.
And welcome to the Protagonists here at the Pulse. Nice to have your company too. Now, many farmers are contemplating walking off the land in the next few years. So we should be seriously concerned about the reasons for this. Are layers of unwarranted, costly and time-consuming rules putting primary producers and our food security under threat? The Australian Environment Foundation welcomed the news earlier this year. The State Treasurer has asked the Queensland Productivity Commission to conduct an inquiry into the impacts of federal environmental legislation on the state. However, the AEF believe the inquiry should be looking into scientific integrity, as well as the impacts of both federal and state environmental legislation that is pushing primary producers into non-existence based on unchecked science. We're well aware of how the renewable energy policies are affecting the rural sector and the regions. Perhaps we could broaden our discussion to cover policies beyond environmental policies. Now, it's interesting to note this week that in Queensland, the critical minerals legislation has just passed. The legislation gives Queensland's Deputy Premier sweeping powers to fast-track major development projects, bypassing environmental assessments, seizing private farmland and locking communities out of consultation. Reminds me of what happened in the Second World War, doesn't it? It's just disgusting. And despite being framed around critical minerals, it applies to coal, gas, mining, and infrastructure projects, all of those. Now, AgForce, the peak body, stated that the legislation makes the interest of primary producers secondary to those of major project proponents, and in practical terms, the imbalance would leave landholders powerless. Doesn't this compound the situation? We're going to talk today to some experts who have a pretty good handle on how federal and state environmental policies are impacting on primary producers and the rest of us through the cost of living. And in my own humble opinion, the future does not look all that bright, contrary to what the song says. Our panel today is Stephen Nowakowski. He's the a brilliant award-winning nature photographer and head honcho of the Australian Biodiversity Alliance. Dr. Peter Ridd is chairman of the board and scientific advisor of the AEF, and Trevor Hold is a farmer and business owner, and all have been on with us before, and all, in our opinion, are very credible. First of all, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Can I just ask you, first of all, Stephen, because you've been in the front line and received all sorts of warm pats on the back from Twiggy and others. Can you tell us, just as a general summary, general feeling on what's happening at the moment in Queensland?
I think, well, we're all really disappointed with Crisafulli's latest announcement. This gives the state huge power to compulsorily acquire land. I think no one really had problems in the past with regards to compulsory acquisition for critical infrastructure such as schools or dams or highway upgrades. But this is unprecedented. This is a really huge, big, new sweeping power that Crisafulli has now enacted. And it's under the guise of critical minerals, but it applies to everything. And I think it should send shockwaves to all Queenslanders and all Australians, because if it can happen in Queensland, it can now happen across the country. And I think it's a shocking piece of legislation. And it needs to be repealed as fast as possible. Yeah.
Dr. Peter Ridd, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I certainly have serious misgivings about any of these sort of carte blanche things where you can just stop some other bit of regulation applying, especially when it's so wide. Now, ironically, I think that there's a huge problem with massive over-regulation. But what you're going to almost end up seeing here is that more and more power is going to be taken away from the landholder, so they literally lose their land. But on the other hand, what's going to happen is that the federal government will almost virtually acquire a lot of this land because of the EPBC legislation which has come in, which gives the federal government a huge amount of power on what a farmer can do. So the farmers are actually being hit from both sides. Now, in one case, there's more regulations. In the other case, there's, I guess, less regulations because the Crisafulli government wants to take a lot of those regulations away for, quote, critical minerals, though that seems to be cast quite wide. So, yeah, I think there are serious problems there, and it's almost like the landholder is just being caught in a vice from both sides. I mean, one of the things that seems to be the case is that although that if the federal government takes away some sort of property right, there has to be some sort of compensation. But that's not necessarily the case for Queenslanders. So a Queensland state level, a government can take away a property right and not compensate at all. So this is the problem that a lot of the landholders are in.
Our other guest here is he's just gone. He's dropped out, so we're going well here at the moment. I want to go back then to Stephen as we try and get our guest back at this camp, get this fixed. Oh, here we are. We have a steering wheel, which it's not going to actually work that much, is it? So let's try this one here and see what we can do while Trevor gets himself fixed up there. Can you just tell me, Stephen, are Queensland's environmental policies hurting our agriculture and our economy, and how serious do you think it is?
Well, I'm a conservationist, and I want to see our forests protected. I'm a big advocate for trying to keep our wild places wild. My personal feeling is that we have cleared so much of Australia, and we should be utilising the land that has already been cleared and degraded first and foremost before we start clearing more forests. But what we're seeing with renewable energy, for example, which has been my passion, and watching how it's being rolled out across the state, the level of hypocrisy is outstanding. And what we're seeing with renewable projects is the fact that they're going into country that was completely out of bounds for primary producers. If you're a primary producer wanting to put a fence line in or a dam for cattle, or wanted to clear an area for your livestock, the process is a very cumbersome process to do that. Whereas these international, multinational, foreign-owned companies are now coming into the state of Queensland and blasting out the tops of our mountain ranges with basically no erosion or sediment control, and destroying vast amounts of forests in the name of trying to save the climate. And I think that's why we're seeing so much pushback in regional communities. They're actually physically seeing with their own eyes multinationals coming into their area, blasting out mountains, pushing boulders and fill over the side of mountains, which we've documented, outside of the development footprints and so forth, and landowners going, well, how come these huge multinational companies can get away with it? And if a farmer did such a thing, they'd be locked up in jail. Mm. And that's why we're seeing such a really big pushback now in the regional communities, and I believe that's why we're seeing the rise of parties like One Nation, because they're calling out this hypocrisy that we're seeing across the state. Mm. So the hypocrisy is outstanding, and it has to be called out. Yeah.
Peter, what do you think?
Well, I completely agree with what Stephen said about, I mean, we're up here in North Queensland too, so, you know, some of these areas where they're putting in the wind farms are just terrible. You know, these are areas which were, you know, protected back in 1986 with the, you know, World Heritage listing of the rainforest. And I know they're a little bit behind the rainforest in most instances, but very, very special places. I'd probably disagree a little bit with Stephen on some of the forestry. The basic principle that he's saying, yes, I absolutely agree on. But there are large areas of Australia which have been logged, you know, properly. Now, not the North Queensland rainforest up here. I think that was absolutely right that forestry was just kicked out of that because, you know, it's only a very, very tiny amount of forest, and, you know, it's hard to do that. But down in New South Wales, for, you know, 100 years, some of these areas have been pretty well managed. And in fact, one of the problems is if you stop the forestry and then you do what seems to happen is that we just declare them as national parks and then abandon them. Well, actually, these forests have always had people in them. Originally, it was obviously the Aboriginal people. They used, you know, proper burning practices to stop the huge bushfires going through. The forestry industry did the same sort of thing. So I do think that we can keep a lot of our forests and maintain them as, you know, as productive areas. And that's actually not a bad thing from the environment when, you know, one of the things I say is I try to buy just recently some fence palings go down to Bunnings, and the only hardwood that you can buy is from a Southeast Asian rainforest. Now that is far worse than coming out of a well-managed, hardwood, eucalyptus hardwood coming out of New South Wales or Queensland. So some of the regulations, I think, they're not only damaging the economic productivity of farmers, but we're actually damaging the environment too. That locking up all of Australia's hardwood forests, and to get good hardwood that you can actually use, it has to grow slow. So plantations usually don't work. But anyway, if you just completely lock that out, all you end up doing is you export the problem somewhere else. And hardwood is a great, it's a wonderful material. It's, if you're worried about carbon, it's a net zero. It's the thing that we should be going for. But there are other examples where the environmental legislation has not only really literally crippled or wiped out some industries, and I'm talking about fishing, say, in the Gulf of Carpentaria, there's no net fishing now allowed. Well, what happens? Well, Australia, this huge country with almost more ocean than any other country on earth, we now import almost 70% of our fish. And where does it come from? It comes from Thailand, it comes from other places with far laxer environmental legislation. So it's all very well to say, well, we'll protect our fish, or we'll protect our forest, or we'll do something else. But then if you're just exporting the problem, you could have environmentally gone backwards. In those two cases, I'm sure that we have.
And we have Trevor Hold also. He's in the car, so we'll see how we go here. Trevor, thanks for joining us. Your microphone needs to be turned on. Just if you wouldn't mind turning that on, while I just asked you this question. Do you think and you're a farmer and a business person. You've been wrestling with governments. Our environmental policies, are they hurting our ag industry and our economy? We actually just disappeared. This is going swimmingly well. So what I might have to do is just go over here, and we'll come back to our other panel, because Trevor, he's just been swallowed up by the glove box, I think, or something like that anyway. It's a Friday. Give me a break, all right? Okay. Peter, you're the chair of the AEF. Have you had a response from, and I probably think not here, but from the Queensland government on your proposal for them to look at the impact of state environment policies? Most likely not. Let me preempt that.
Well, we wanted them to say, have an inquiry into the federal EPBC legislation, because there's some terrible things happening there. But there's a lot of state-based legislation that the Queensland Crisafulli government can do something about, because they're the government. They can't do anything about federal legislation, but they can do a whole lot about their own legislation. They could stop, putting up wind farms on the top of the, near the Wallerman Falls. They could stop all of these things. And we want science checks to be done on a lot of these things. And we've been told in pretty well no uncertain terms by the Crisafulli government, no, they're not going to do any science checks. So, for example, we're saying that the Burnett and Mary rivers that run through Bundaberg, we should check the science on whether those two rivers should be classed as Great Barrier Reef catchments, when actually the rivers don't even run into the Great Barrier Reef, and ocean currents literally hundreds of thousands of times bigger than those rivers take the river water south away from the Great Barrier Reef. And we're saying, well, maybe we should check the science behind this. And the Crisafulli government has said no, that they won't check the science. So I find this a staggering thing, that you've got a prima facie case that really looks like that, something's maybe not right here. There are regulations there which are really not doing anything to protect the reef, because the rivers are not flowing into the reef. They are affecting the farmers' productivity. They're doing all sorts of other things. Why would you not check the science? And I think the reason is that Crisafulli is, actually legitimately scared of being beaten up by the scientific community, which often doesn't like having its homework checked. Nobody likes to have their stuff checked. But actually, that's part of science. Part of science is that your work should be challenged all the time, and you should front up to that challenge. And we want those sorts of scientific challenge to occur within the Queensland Productivity Commission, to start a legitimate argument, a respectful argument against both sides, and then you'll probably get to a better, result. It may well be that I'm wrong and that there is a good reason that the Marion Burnett should be classified. Provided that debate has taken place, then I'm satisfied. But that debate has not taken place. It's a little bit like the do we need wind farms on top of our most beautiful mountains? That debate has barely taken place. If it wasn't for the fact that we have people like Stephen as private individuals having to spend huge amount of time who's forced that debate, well, we never would have saved the Cholumbin area and all various other places. So I'm a bit disappointed with the Crisafulli government. In fact, I'm very disappointed with them. Matt Canavan at the federal level has come out strongly and said we do need to check the science so we do get the right balance between regulations and the rights of the farmers or the rights of whoever to do whatever they want to do.
Okay, I'm trying this one more time, Trevor. This is our last time. He's actually connecting to us, so it's all you want now is a truck to go past and honk the horn. That'll just make my day. But that's why God gave me Scotch, and it's not that far away. Let me tell you, if not earlier. Trevor, can you just tell me what you think about the Queensland state government's environment policies and how they're affecting farmers like yourself? And I know this story, but just fill us in briefly.
Well, Mike, thanks for having me, and sorry I'm still on the road. I haven't got home in the comfort of my office like the other guests, but I'm having a crack here on the side of the road, as you can see. But the main point that I want to raise is property rights form part of your human rights in the Human Rights Act of Queensland. We are very lucky here in Queensland to have a Human Rights Act that actually gives us the right to privacy and gives us these rights. Unfortunately, government departments can make a decision to limit them rights based on the greater good or their perception without any sort of consultation at all. And I think that's what the very disappointing thing is, the fact that government departments can make these decisions without engaging with people, and people's privacy and private property rights are second to corporations, which is quite disappointing to say the least. So the protection that we got under the Human Rights Act is it seems to me it's just all for show. It's not real. So that's one of the most disappointing things that I'm finding about, not just with the powers or not just with the environment, not just with the Fire Ant program like you say, but a lot of these issues are across the board, not just in Queensland either, but in Queensland, we're lucky. We have got a Human Rights Act that does give us privacy on our private property rights, but unfortunately, they can be ignored through, just through some decision-making process that doesn't even involve the person where the privacies are limited. So it's really, really disappointing.
Trevor, what's it? Just again, briefly tell us about what it's like dealing with the state government. I mean, I'm sure they're lovely, magnificent people. Sit back, they want to listen to what you have to say, and then hit you on the head with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, if you agree with what they want to do, they're your best friend, and they would talk to you, and they would take photos with you, and they'll have coffee with you and meet. I seen David Crisafulli the other day actually having breakfast with someone, saying this is what the consultation looks like in reality, but he's having these consultation periods with people that support his position and ultimately have financial gains by supporting that position. But people who are losing stuff, and like the other guests have mentioned before, it wouldn't be too bad if you get compensated losses or some sort of compensation for some of these violations that they're doing for people. But unfortunately, they're just, like you say, bulldozing people, and they're trying to just get a bigger hammer rather than consult with people that have differing opinion. They just get a bigger hammer and get better legislation to be able to abuse you more. It's quite sad, because what they're using is violence against people ultimately, and it's quite disappointing.
And Stephen, you've documented what they're doing to save the world, on how they're destroying the entire environment, and when you've had so many videos. It also incurred the wrath of Twiggles Forest. and they have the money. You don't. And they have that money, and they can basically do what they like. Do you think that's part of the problem, Stephen? That they have that money, they can do what they like. Government will listen to them because, or they're in their own special club. Consultation will only happen if you twist their arms up the back of their backs so that it hurts, and even then they'll wriggle out of that one. How do we get through? Because Trevor mentioned that it's very, very hard dealing with government. How do we get through? Pry open the door a bit, get our foot in, to have that conversation. And once you do that, how hard is it to actually make them understand that what you're saying has relevance and does impact our future?
Yeah, so you're exactly right. So Peter touched on the issue of the state government having unprecedented rights in terms of access to properties for critical minerals and so forth. But you have to remember the precursor to this was the EPBC reforms. And those reforms federally were fast-tracked within 3 weeks through the federal government. And from a conservation perspective, we've been trying to change the EPBC Act or make it better to get better environmental outcomes and biodiversity outcomes for the last 2 decades. But the pressure of the renewable energy sector was so great. There's about $1 trillion of investment with renewables with this rollout, that the EPBC Act was a roadblock for these projects. And they put so much pressure on the federal government, the Albanese government, and they pushed those reforms through within 3 to 4 weeks. And those reforms were really about the fast tracking of critical mineral mining, which facilitates renewables, and the faster rollout of renewable energy projects. And those projects will diminish the property rights of regional Australians and communities. So Chrysophyll has really just introduced legislation to back that up, really, just to allow the state to help facilitate the federal EPBC reforms. Because once a project, at a federal level, if a project is considered as a project of federal significance, well then they can the federal minister can fast track these projects. That was the whole the point of the EPB reforms, that I believe. But what we need to do, and that's what I've been trying to do through the videos and photography, is that we need to communicate with Australians. And I think they're slowly starting to understand the energy issue. We've been sold a lie. We've been sold a pup that by going down this renewable path, we will get cheaper energy, we will get greener energy. And that is not true. It is not clean, it is not green, and it is not cheap. And I think Australians are starting to wake up on that because when you look at renewable energy, like I said, this is a $1 trillion industry coming down the line. And you look at some of the infrastructure projects such as V&I West transmission, HumeLink transmission, the Central, the New England RES transmission, Copperstring 2.0 transmission, the Marinus Link transmission. They're all $10 to $20 billion projects. And that is just for transmission. That's not for energy generation. That's just to move electrons around this vast nation. So the idea that power prices can ever come down is a furphy when 43% of your electricity bill is the cost of transmission and distribution. So what we need to do as Australia is, what we need to do on this, and you're doing this here through this program, Mike, is showcasing to Australians that the rollout of renewables is not clean, it's not green, and it's not cheap. And I think we're slowly hitting home with that. So what we need to do is what you're saying, how can we wake people up? I think we just need to keep banging the drum to show that this path of renewable energy is not clean, green or cheap. And that's what we need to continue to do.
It's very hard though, when you're dealing with government. I mean, we often hear talk about an information operation, which is just a way of getting information out, distorting it and convincing everybody this is the way to go. If you look at the brumbies in New South Wales, for example, the big cull in the Urugea National Parks, there's only about 70 left. So the extermination of them is imminent, and they're doing that because they have told everybody that there are thousands of these terrible creatures stomping the environment and killing the corroboree frog or whatever it is in the Kosciuszko National Park. It's all lies. It's just part of the information operation or propaganda. Peter, you've also been you were greeted warmly by the elite or the scientific community, you might say, at one stage, the government stuff, and they did all they could to shut you up because you went against their narrative when it came to the Great Barrier Reef. How do we get through? Because we're talking about a machine, as Stephen alluded to, this machine is just rolling on, and to actually get the message out. I mean, sure, we have 3 brilliant people on tonight, but the audience, we have a few thousand at the moment watching it. But you've got to keep at it and at it and at it, as the government does. How do we get through this quagmire of BS and have impact?
Well, the fact that there is a quagmire of BS is, in my view, the biggest problem that we have. That there is so much, genuine, either deliberate or non-deliberate distortion of information. So Stephen's work has finally, shown everybody that power lines and windmills, and in some cases the solar farms themselves, knock down a huge amount of environment, that they are not clean. That Stephen may disagree with me on nuclear energy, but I'd much rather have a small nuclear power plant just down the road or next door than have the tops of the hills knocked over. So you've got to get that information across. But remember, a lot of this information has been hidden. It's not like that nobody didn't know that to have big windmills and power lines you were going to lose a lot of forest. This was information which was well known. So in my view, we actually have problems with the scientific institutions themselves, that it's difficult for a scientist to actually stand up at a university and go against the grain. At a university, it's going to be very hard to go against the whole renewable energy craze. If I come back to some of Stephen's point about the EPBC, we've got the crazy situation that it's going to be used to fast track some very destructive power lines and those sorts of things. But on the other hand, it can then be used by the government to, say, restrict a farmer from clearing what we'd call woody weeds. Now, a lot of people think this is natural vegetation, but a lot of Western Queensland was originally just grassland, and the woody weeds have come back in. All right, now, to a lot of people, they'll think I'm completely crazy. This is native vegetation that, because of the loss of the fire regime of the Aboriginal people, the small shrubs come up. You lose your grazing land. It's not a natural environment. The government at the state level can basically take away those property rights by saying, well, you cannot clear those woody weeds, which means that you will lose your ability as a farmer to run cattle on that, and there is no compensation for you as a farmer when your land is basically taken over by woody weeds. So that is another example of where the scientific community, in my view, there is not a proper debate going on about which areas of Australia should remain as grassland, which should remain as forests. We've got the famous example of the Pilliga Forest in New South Wales, which was a grassland when the first explorers went through. It then turned into a forest because we stopped burning it. It then turned into an extremely good forestry operation, and then we turned it into a national park, and it's nothing like what the original... So we've got a national park of country which is not its original form when the Aboriginal people roamed the land. So that is a scientific problem there, where we're basing our decisions in many, many cases on just poor information. It's where we need to check the science or the engineering. In many cases, it's engineering with the power grid. And that's at the bottom of so many of these problems. So I keep on going on about that, but it genuinely is, if you want to try to get a solution to these things, you've got to be able to work on good, solid information that is not corrupted by trillions of dollars, as Stephen says, which it certainly is. It's not corrupted by ideology, which often occurs in the universities. It's based on the best information we can get. Now, even with the best information, you'll still make mistakes, but at least you're more likely to come to a good decision.
And I think Stephen is actually pushing for nuclear power stations, which is, I was quite surprised, but I do agree with you, Stephen, by the way. That was on a previous conversation. Trevor, what do you think?
Well, I think one of the biggest dramas that we have is the fact that the government or Labor type superannuation funds that everyone's in, you know, them I don't know what they're called now, the member funds that are they're investing all people's superannuation in a lot of these projects, and that sort of creates the need for the governments to keep pursuing these projects, because if these projects fail, then everyone's superannuation falls over as well. So it's tied in to everyone personally as well, which creates more incentive for governments to keep kicking dead horses, because everyone's money's tied into it. So often I feel that the investments, and especially from people's superannuation, is flawed and not really fit for purpose, because it's based on governments achieving their agenda. It's not based on actual proper, investment strategy. So I think that could be a contributing factor as well. But I agree with a lot of these people. I've had 3 or 4 scientific advisors ring me up working for the government saying, look, Trevor, we agree with you, we've got concerns, but we can't speak out because we'll lose our job. You know, like a lot of these scientists do have clauses in contracts that do not allow them to speak out against government policy. And in fact, it's even in a lot of other government employees that aren't scientists, like nurses and a lot of other people, can't speak out against the government because they'll lose their contract. And this is where this toxic behaviour comes from, because no one can speak out. When you've got a large percentage of the population actually working for the government can do whatever the hell they want, because no one's able to speak out without fear of, they'll get sacked, and lose their income. So I think trying to create an environment that respects the diversity of opinion and have these debates as mature adults would be a lot more beneficial than quietening down the debate. But take the money, the investment, especially people's superannuation, out of these power investments, because that's what's driving it. They got to keep kicking the dead horse, otherwise everyone's super fund goes downward.
Actually, Peter, what do you think on that one?
Well, the super one, I think, is a bit of a problem. The whole fact that there's such a lot of money is chasing the renewables in particular, that's a huge problem. I mean, how can you go back on that? There's people with literally hundreds of millions of dollars to lose if they get the wrong outcome. So it's a big deal. And I think that also the comment that Trevor made about, there's scientists who can be thinking something else, who could have data thinking something else, and they'll lose their job. I mean, there was a guy called Bill Burrows who is now well and truly left his employment, but he was more or less kicked out because he was telling the Queensland Department of Primary Industry that a lot of the Western Queensland was grassland and that we should be clearing the trees that were coming in because they were not natural. It was not the natural vegetation. And he virtually lost his job. He was sort of shoved out the door in a funny sort of way. So it happens a lot, and that's why science is actually about making sure there is always an argument. There's always got to be a bit of debate going on there, and you've actually got to work to make sure that debate happens, because the groupthink can take over incredibly quickly, and facts can just be ignored unless you're making sure the argument has occurred. So it's why our democracies work so well, because we're always arguing and bickering with each other. I know it sounds terrible, but it's actually a good thing that is going on. It's a good thing that those politicians are in Parliament bickering and sometimes being a bit childish. But the moment they start all agreeing with each other, that is when you really need to know that there's something evil that's going to happen.
It's the if you go back to the COVID times, the biggest complaint was that the conversation was not allowed. And if you had the medical fraternity, the scientists having a discussion, there were those that had work and those that didn't. We know which side the bread was buttered in those cases. Now, here's something for you, Stephen.
Yeah.
Renewable, we always think it's good for the planet. That's what renewable, birds flying around, tweeting, harps, all that sort of stuff. Are renewable energy policies environmental policies?
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, they are environmental policies, but I suppose they're environmental policies depending on the spatial footprint of the infrastructure. I'm a big advocate for nuclear, and I've come to this position after studying renewables since 2017, when I documented the construction of Queensland's very, very first industrial wind farm. And so in terms of renewables, it's a huge environmental issue, because we're smashing up places like the Snowy Hydro. Like you're talking about Brumbies in the Snowies. Well, Snowy Hydro 2.0 has done vast amounts of damage to that park, and that's an environmental issue. Mind you, I've mapped about 12 hydro or pumped hydros proposed for the state of Queensland. And these are valleys consisting of remnant forest to be dammed for pumped hydro. So they are environmental issues. But if we look at other technologies such as nuclear, well, I don't think that's not an environmental issue. Nuclear can be built in a very confined space next to existing transmission line, utilising existing transmission infrastructure. In fact, nuclear uses the least amount of materials per terawatt hour of any energy source except for hydro. So nuclear is not an environmental issue. It's really a no-brainer. It's what we should be advocating for. And going back to Peter's point, yes, what we're finding is that we're not getting a balanced view or a balanced debate. We need to argue the points. And that is not happening at the moment. We've got our scientific community that can't speak out in favour of other zero emissions energy production, such as nuclear. And also, for example, universities cannot speak out really against renewables at all, because we're trying to get our universities to start studying the impacts of renewables, such as low frequency noise that radiates out from wind turbines, and what are the impacts on our mammals like koalas and greater gliders. Universities don't even want to know what those impacts are. They don't want to know what the impacts are of the huge amounts of fragmentation of forests. Another real big problem is our public broadcaster, the ABC. They are not balanced. They just talk about renewables as being the panacea of solving climate change. And it is not the sole way to fix climate change. We need the retention of biodiversity. We need all manner of things. And in actual fact, my organisation, Australian Biodiversity Alliance, our argument is that we should be extending the life of our existing coal plants. They're built, they're being used, they've paid for themselves, they're delivering the cheapest energy, and those plants should be maximised to the end of life, and if they need to be refurbished, so be it. And then we need proper energy engineers in the room to talk about a proper energy pathway utilising all energy types and all technology types. But we're not hearing that side of the argument from the ABC, for example. The energy experts that I talk to, they're saying that nuclear needs to be a part of the debate, particularly if we start using data centres and AI. So we need the ABC to start being a public broadcaster that does have balance, because at the moment it is not being a balanced point of view, particularly with energy and the environment. And they're just pushing the one side that renewables are going to save the world and save humankind, and it's not. and we need to hear what the other side of the argument is.
Can I ask you, Stephen, just to succinctly tell us what's happening to, as an example, the Great Dividing Range with the wind turbines going in, and I could describe it, but I'd rather you do it, could you?
Yeah, well, what's happened, it was really under Anastasia Palaszczuk and Stephen Miles, the previous Labor government, they approved dozens and dozens and dozens of wind farms or wind factories right down the eastern escarpments of Queensland. That is where our wind resources are. We don't have the wind resources like other states along the coast. So our wind resources are up in the mountains. There is a good wind resource further west, out towards Hughenden and Mount Isa, but the cost of moving that electricity, to where the energy is being consumed on the coast is very expensive. So it's cheaper to push these wind towers up along the coastal ranges where there is a wind resource. And my latest mapping shows that we've got about 5,100 wind turbines planned for the state of Queensland. And Australia-wide, we've got around 31,000 wind towers at different stages of the approval process. We have 500,000 hectares of solar earmarked. And then, like I said, we've got these vast, huge, really long transmission infrastructure projects, VNI West, HumeLink, New England Res, Marinus Link. If the cost of just those transmission lines alone exceeds $100 billion, and then you've got Snowy Hydro 2.0, which is going to blow out to 40 billion, most likely 50 billion. So there's 150 billion there. I've calculated the cost of all the capital to build those 31,000 wind towers, the solar plants, the BESS batteries, the synchronous condensers, and we're looking at around $1.4 trillion in capital. And you have to remember that capital of that infrastructure, most of that infrastructure will only last 20 to 25 years, and then it needs to be rebuilt again. So it's a very short-lived technology, particularly BESS batteries, battery energy storage systems. They're very expensive, they're short-lived, they use huge amounts of critical minerals that need to be dug up out of Mother Earth and used over and over and over. There is no recycling that I know of that can recycle these batteries. So it's a very capital intensive, expensive, and it uses a lot of resources. And that's why I go back to nuclear, because nuclear requires the least amount of resources per terawatt hour. And that's what green groups should be advocating for. And it blows my brain that, green groups are happy to see the destruction of our Great Dividing Range of Queensland in the name of trying to save the climate, trying to save the planet, when the solution, I believe, is nuclear.
How many wind turbines did you say there were?
Australia-wide, 31,000 wind turbines.
And what about in Peter's neck of the woods?
Well, in Queensland, around 5,100 proposed. So 5,100 in Queensland, right down the Great Dividing Range of Queensland. Places like Wallerman Falls, for example, that Peter touched on. Wallerman Falls is a spectacular place in the Wet Tropics World Heritage Area. It is the highest single drop waterfall in Australia. And just beyond that, on the boundary of the World Heritage Area, there'll be 68 wind turbines at 280 metres high. And that's going into a place where the biodiversity there is off the charts. There's Sharman rock wallabies, red goshawks. Red goshawks, the holy grail of raptors in Australia. The ecologists there found three red goshawks. I know of a bauxite mine that was refused because they found a red goshawk. So mines have been knocked back because of red goshawks, but it's okay to build wind farms, even though in where they found red goshawks. And this is the hypocrisy that I'm seeing over and over and over in this state of Queensland, where these wind farms are going into really high biodiverse areas, where other types of industry would get knocked back. It's crazy times, crazy.
And Peter, I'm sorry, we're going to run out of time. I talk too much. I love talking. But I'm just thinking, Peter, because the turbines also need which I didn't know, they need the oil changed very regularly, which is not a small amount of oil anyway. So if you multiply 31,000 by how many ever litres of oil they use, which is a huge amount, they're not doing a whole lot of good for the environment. And your part of the woods, you could look up and you can see feathers flying around as the birds go straight into the wind turbine. But what is wrong with governments?
There are so many things wrong. It's not just, the oil is just a little thing. You've got to get rid of the blades. But as Stephen was saying, if you go from the east coast to the west coast of Australia, you'll pass through this tiny little gap, which is maybe 10 or 20 kilometres wide, which is high mountains and beautiful, almost rainforest. And then from there to the west coast, another 3,000 or 4,000 kilometres, you've got basically desert. So this is the most special part of Queensland, and you're going to build a wind factory on it with these monstrous bird choppers, and you're somehow worried about, a nice little nuclear reactor. Yes, there have been some nuclear accidents. Chernobyl was a terrible Russian-built reactor that was always going to explode. The Fukushima one was hit by a 10-meter tsunami. We can avoid these things, and even those were very old reactors. They date back to the 1960s. A 1960s car was a death trap. A 2026 car is much safer, and that's the same with nuclear reactors. We can build these things so much safer and so much cleaner and all the rest of it that it just doesn't make any sense to put in bird choppers in your most pristine parts of the world. You've also got crazy things like, did you know that the nuclear safety levels are set around about 100 times higher than they need to be? So even those people who are evacuated at Fukushima, if you actually go to the actual scientific data, none of those people, almost none of them, should have been evacuated because, in fact, radiation is all around us. It comes in from the sky, it comes out of the ground all the time. The extra burden, even from a nuclear accident like Fukushima, is relatively small. So it is a no-brainer. We should go to that. That's where the problem, where the science has been corrupted, where people can't speak out about it, has become a huge problem.
It's this is again, I keep saying these discussions are far too short, or we need to have more of them. And I'm not just saying that because we're going to run out of time, but I think if you look right throughout Australia, it's changing rapidly, and it's I truly think of that movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Because it really is the insane people are running this asylum at the moment. Just quickly, Trevor, we are going to run out of time. I just want to know if you could tell us what we need to do to fix things.
I think what we need to do is scientists and all these doctorates and all these high professional people are at the moment very dependent on government funding, and that's why they're not speaking out. So I feel, as you know, Mike, a lot of my issues are based on the fact that you can't argue with them. They can't go against the government and all the rest of it, and they actually find pseudoscience. They do it in reverse. They do it back to front. So what they do is they make a decision on what they want to do, and then they try and either make up science or find science to support their position to justify it, rather than using science to make the decision. So they're back to front for starters, but I feel the best approach is to get these scientists independent funding through commercial solutions, so competitive solutions from the competitive market, commercial market, create fit-for-purpose, cost-effective and customer-focused solutions. So if we can try and get our funding from a more independent source and not being reliant on the government to fund these scientists and these institutions, then I feel we're going to be in a lot better place moving forward.
Mm-hmm. And Stephen, I agree with you regarding the nuclear power stations. I think they are the answer. Your final thoughts on where we go, from here and where we would end up, and how do we get through again that quagmire of BS that says nuclear is really bad for Australia. It's okay everywhere else, but it's not good for Australia. How do we get through? How do we create a conduit of common sense?
Yeah, look, it's a tough one, and I think at the end of the day, it's just going to be hard physics, because at some point our lights are going to go out, and it's going to, and we're going to, and the cost of electricity is going to be so unaffordable. What we're doing in Australia is we're actually offshoring our emissions. So our industry is going over to India, China, Indonesia. We're losing manufacturing. So we need industrial heat for things like aluminium, steel, cement, glass, chemical processing. We're losing all of our manufacturing. It's all going offshore, and the emissions are being burnt by our coal offshore, and then we're just re-importing those products. And at some point, there's going to be a tipping point where we've lost all manufacturing, and we're going to have so much volatility in the electricity grid, and we're going to be seeing that in around 2028 in New South Wales. The latest data coming out is from energy experts is that in 2028, New South Wales most likely will start suffering blackouts, and maybe that is the tipping point where there's going to be electricity unaffordability, the loss of our manufacturing and industry, and then also there'll be lights will go out, and that unfortunately that might have to be the case before we start waking up.
And the question is, Peter, will they wake up, or would we just go to sleep forever? Just you have the final say, by the way. So, what's your thoughts?
If the lights go out, that will finally do it, but we may have to go a little bit longer, and it will be a disaster when it happens.
Incredible. I'm looking forward to my whiskey. That's the third glass now I have to have very quickly, just to calm my nerves, and being Friday too. I have to thank you all for being part of the Protagonists. Too short, I think you would all agree. We need to really look into this more. We need to keep telling, like I always say to people, the reason why McDonald's advertise so much because they're so prominent is because people forget very quickly. So you got to keep telling and telling and telling and telling. That's what the government is doing, saying that these renewables are going to save Australia's life. And they keep telling it and telling it and telling it, with news organisations backing that up because, they're paid by the government in many ways. They'll keep telling that story. So we have to somehow make headway, create that V through the quagmire, and get the alternate message out, the one that actually makes sense, and that is where our prosperity lies and the future of Australia lies. Stephen Nowakowski, award-winning nature photographer and Australian Biodiversity Alliance. Dr. Peter Ridd, chairman of the board and scientific advisor at the AEF, and Trevor Holt, all-round good bloke, farmer and business owner, and from his mobile studio. Thank you very much. This has been The Protagonist. Gentlemen, have a great weekend. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mike.
Catch you along next time. This is The Protagonist, and this is The Pulse.
Welcome to Talking Wildlife, a new program on the Pulse News. My name is Marilyn Nuske, and I have never, ever done a program like this before, never before done a podcast, so bear with me. You might recall me from my several interviews I did with Mike Ryan not that long ago, was predominantly about brumbies, which I'll still be doing. But I'll also be talking about other wildlife and bringing in some of the good people who work as wildlife carers, who are working to defend wildlife, all sorts of people. I wanted to take the opportunity before I start to thank Mike Ryan and Jenny for making this program available, to making it possible that we can actually give a voice to wildlife, because as we all know, in the mainstream media, it's very rare that wildlife have a voice, particularly if you're a Brumby. So I've been involved before. I want to talk a little bit about my history in Bromby conservation to give you a bit of an idea who I am, and also about the work I've been involved with in other wildlife, including dingoes. I'm the founder of Bromby Action Group, the purpose of which is the preservation and conservation of Australian wild-living brombies. I'm currently working on a project at the moment with an ecologist, Craig Downer, which I will update in time. I think at the moment, with the way brombies in Kosciuszko National Park are being shot, I've tried to think strategically about a way that we can do something about actually saving them and to stop the cruel shooting. So my background in brombies went deeper. When legislation was enacted to protect brombies in New South Wales in 2018, I thought it would be a really great idea to achieve legislation to protect Victorian brombies. So I drafted legislation, not the bill, the legislation. It took me over 15 months. At the time, the Liberals were supporting brombies in Victoria, so I lobbied the Liberals quite a lot. They were very happy to come to rallies and table petitions and all sorts of things, speak at rallies. But when it came to actually introducing a bill for legislation, there was little support, which was incredibly disappointing. But I noticed recently that Angus Taylor has actually become a bit of a voice for brombies, so that's encouraging. Maybe it's a sign of times to change, who knows. So then in Victoria, we had the Barmer brombies. In Barmer, while in the Barmer wetlands were shot, removed. It was claimed by Parks Victoria they were damaging the wetlands, which is difficult to understand because the wetlands is a man-made wetland. It's not natural. So anyway, they were shot and removed. And then, of course, the Bogong brombies have gone. And that is really sad because the Bogong brombies were the last of the Whaler strain, which is the strain of horses that had bloodline links to war horses. That is the last of those horses in Victoria, which is basically cultural desecration as far as I'm concerned. So there are still some brombies surviving in the Eastern Alps, but very few. In 2019, I joined forces with the Australian Bromby Alliance to try to stop the Commonwealth Government from shooting brombies in Singleton Army Base. It was complex because it was actually on Commonwealth land. And Christopher Pyne, the then minister, said he would consider removal, releasing those little brombies into the hands of the Australian Bromby Alliance. And they went about installing trap yards and people were ready to remove the brombies. The Commonwealth airily shot the brombies the night before. We were expecting to hear that they would be able to pick them up. So it's been a pretty heavy few years. So since about 2020, I've been working to save brombies in Kosciuszko National Park. The New South Wales Labor Party operate on a lack of transparency and or real population counts. They use distance modelling for their population to report brombies. Basically, you can't have a population increase of 34% in 1 year for brombies. It's ludicrous. And yet, despite that, the Labor Minister for Environment will not obtain a population count using an acceptable method to stakeholders and to discuss how many can actually live in each of the 4 retention zones. She adopts a policy of keep shooting until we reach to 3,000 without really knowing how many brombies there are actually there across those 4 zones. So there's obviously a pretty determined effort to remove the brombies. It's cruel and barbaric, iron-fisted, inflexibility. Prior to that, much before, I had a fair bit of involvement with dingo conservation. My involvement with dingoes began in about 2009. I was legal advisor to Save Fraser Island dingoes for about 10 years, and I actually represented photographer Jennifer Parkhurst at trial when she was charged for feeding dingoes on Fraser Island, which is a very big offence with massive fines. Unfortunately, Jennifer had about 34 charges laid against her by Queensland Parks and Wildlife Services, all evidenced by countless videos on her computer. So the moral of that is, if you do go to Fraser Island, don't feed the dingoes ever, because they will become habituated to being fed. You don't run on the beach on Fraser Island, because dingoes might think you're being playful and start chasing you and even bite you on the bottom. And what will happen then, people will assume that they're being attacked and report it to a ranger, and that dingo could end up wearing a nasty collar. So there is reasons for that. So it's really important, if you do go to Fraser Island, to listen to what you are told. I wish that everybody who goes to Fraser Island would sleep within the fenced camping grounds to keep both people and the dingoes safe. There are about 700,000 tourists that go to Fraser Island each year. So imagine the pressure on the dingoes. So I've also been very involved in the Ban 1080 movement, which is another absolutely horrible, toxic poison, a Schedule 7 poison for which there's absolutely no antidote. It's used a lot in national parks. It's dropped in national parks to kill dingoes, and elsewhere to kill dingoes and foxes. But of course, if they're using the 1080 poison baits for foxes, a dingo can be killed by taking fox baits if they eat enough of them. So really, sadly, wildlife actually need protection from governments. I was thinking that the other day, and I thought, I can't believe it, that our wildlife need protection from the government. I began a petition for kangaroos a few years ago to stop the killing of kangaroos, to use the body parts and flesh of our iconic kangaroos to be exported under the Wildlife Act to Europe for food. I'm opposed to kangaroos being farmed for food. Native wildlife being farmed for food just does not rest well with me. Unregulated practices have been found to be cruel. Joeys are killed by slamming their heads on the trays of utes, and the flesh unhealthy for human consumption on analysis. And that was the basis of that petition, that the kangaroo meat that was harvested in Australia could never meet the very strict regulations of the European Union. I had to look for that petition recently, because now that Albanese wants to do the same and, harvesting kangaroos to send to Vietnam, I thought, I'm going to ramp up that petition again. It's got 59,000 signatures. I found it. It had been translated to German and closed down. So that was a bit of a shock. So that's something I'll have to do. I'm opposed to any cruelty towards any animal, and I think we can do so much better. There is so much we can do for our wildlife. Our wildlife needs support, better, kinder ways, and we need to support our carers. Carers need support as well. I'll be hosting guests from those working at the coalface to protect wildlife and give sanctuary to wildlife, scientists and others. I'll be inviting dingo advocates, people from the banned duck shooting program, groups saving bats, individuals saving bats, and koala bears. The poor old koala bears who were shot aerially not that long ago in Victoria. I believe there's now a court case. Tonight my guest is Dr. Ernest Healy, who has spent the last 30 years working to protect dingoes. Ernest was successful in obtaining protection for dingoes under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act as a threatened species. The history for dingoes has been cruel and dismal from the time the British arrived in Australia using poisons like strychnine And then 1080 poison from the 1950s, leg traps and shooting, hunters collecting pelts for bounty to remove them from the country. What else? I think we'll take a quick break and then we'll welcome Ernest. Welcome, Ernest. Welcome to Talking Wildlife.
Well, hello, Marilyn, and thank you very
well.
much. Great to see you, and great to be here.
Ernest is the secretary of AFCAT Inc., the Association for Conservation of Australian Dingoes, and as I said earlier, he was responsible for obtaining the threatened species list under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. So, Ernest, you achieved that. So, what was the conservation status of the dingo before the dingo threatened species listing? What actually was it like?
Yeah, well, the very final touches of the threatened species listing for the dingo occurred late in 2010, but the process began before that, in 2007. Yep. At that time, some years before that, I became involved with dingoes. I obtained a dingo and kept it domestically. And I soon became engaged with the legal issues around the status of the legal status of the dingo in Victoria.
I think the dingoes were at that time an established pest animal, were they not?
Quite correct.
Yeah.
They were governed under the Victorian Catchment and Land Protection Act, which is basically a piece of biosecurity legislation. It has pest animal provisions within it to govern invasive exotic species which stand to harm our economy and or natural ecosystems. And it's really descendant legislation from the Quarantine Act. And unfortunately at that time, dingoes were governed along with rabbits, feral goats and pigs under the category of established pest animal. And what that meant was exotic invasive animals that had become established in the wild, where it was seen there was very little prospect of removing them completely, but the onus was on farmers and others to exterminate them where possible. So dingoes at that time in Victoria had absolutely no recognition as native wildlife.
Even though they've been here, recognised as being here for 5,000 to 8,000 years. It seems absolutely bizarre.
Yes. So there was a real contradiction there, and part of the contradiction is that dingoes are recognised as native wildlife under federal legislation. So there's sort of a legal slippage very often between federal and state jurisdictions in this regard. A bit of a contradiction was that although having pest animal status, they could be kept by private individuals under a pest animal permit. So the challenge I had was how to bring about a change in the legal status of dingoes from being considered an exotic invasive pest to being recognised as legitimate Australian wildlife. So oddly enough, I was able to arrange an appointment with a senior bureaucrat in the Department of Agriculture in Victoria. It's amazing when I think back at it that I could just ring up as a nobody and make an appointment to come and have a sit-down talk with a senior bureaucrat for over an hour to put these issues to him. And he was a very gracious man, an older man, and I said, well, what would be involved in changing the status of the dingo from established pest animal, vermin, so to speak, to being recognised as wildlife? And he was very gracious and honest with me. And he said, look, what I would do what might work is if you put in an application under the Victorian Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act to apply to have the dingo recognised not simply as wildlife but as a threatened native species, because what that would involve would be the writing of a very detailed nomination, which I ended up doing. It would involve that nomination being assessed by a panel of independent scientists, not Department of Agriculture bureaucrats and not politicians in the first instance. So there's the Victorian Scientific Advisory Committee, whose task it was to assess threatened species nominations.
So that was going back to 2007. That's a while ago, isn't it?
2007, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So I went and saw this man. He gave me that advice. He said, well, that's the best advice I can give you. If you wanted to do such a thing, this is what you might try. He didn't say it would necessarily work. So I went away, did quite a bit of research about dingo, estimates about dingo population numbers, the various threats and risks that they faced. I drafted up quite a detailed nomination and lodged it with the Scientific Advisory Committee.
Did you feel confident, Ernest? Were you really?
No, because I'm not an ecologist. In fact, one of my dear ecologist friends at the time said, look, do you really know what you're doing? Do you know what's involved in this sort of thing? You mess this up, it could be bad for all of us. It might make it harder in future, this sort of thing. But I was a little bit younger then, fractionally younger, and a bit more gung-ho, I guess. So I went away and wrote this thing and lodged it and waited, and I thought, oh, nothing's going to come of this. But then the Scientific Advisory Committee or the Secretary of the Scientific Advisory Committee got back to me and said, look, the committee's looked at this and they're interested in it. And he sort of told me a bit on the side, look, I think they're a bit persuaded by this. What they did, the scientists, they went away themselves and did further research, further inquiry about the dingo and the circumstances surrounding the dingo, and they came out with a preliminary recommendation, and it was to list the dingo as a threatened native taxon. There were two steps. Part of the tactic in taking it to the Scientific Advisory Committee is that they would do two things. The first thing they do with any nomination is to decide whether the taxon involved can be accepted legitimately as Australian wildlife, and that's a yes or no. So if the answer was no, then they simply wouldn't go any further. If the answer was yes, this is a legitimate Australian taxon, and there are various criteria have to be met to have that. Then they go on and examine whether, is this wildlife taxon under serious threat, under threat of extinction or not, or heading towards extinction.
Because this is a big shift, isn't it, from being a declared pest, moving into different realm, different recognition.
Absolutely, massive shift. So after the preliminary recommendation, which was published, that was made public, and there was a period of, I forget how many months, might have been 3 months or something, where public submissions could be made either supporting or opposing the recommendation of the Scientific Advisory Committee. The Scientific Advisory Committee would then go away and consider the submissions and then come forward with a final recommendation. There were a lot of submissions went in, including from the Victorian Farmers Federation and various landholder groups, and they were all seriously hostile to it, predictably. And the committee went away, considered all of that new material, and after considering it, put forward a final recommendation which simply they simply stood their ground and did not change their earlier recommendation that the dingo is legitimate wildlife. It's under genuine threat of extinction if things keep going the way they're going. And at that point, the recommendation went to the Victorian Environment Minister. who at that time was Gavin Jennings, the Honourable Gavin Jennings. Gavin Jennings then said that, well, after considering it, that yes, I'll accept the recommendation on the provision that sufficient measures are put in place to ensure that farm stock is protected as well. So there was then a
little bit of slipping back there.
well, it certainly made the process after that fairly challenging. The next step was that there was a group pulled together called the Dingo Working Group, comprised of landholder representatives, I think someone from the Victorian Farmers Federation, someone from the Wilderness Society, because the Wilderness Society at that time had shown an interest in dingo conservation. There was a dingo conservation advocate, a lady, Jill Ryachuk. She was on the committee. I was on the committee, I think simply by virtue of having written the nomination. And there was a selection of agriculture and biodiversity bureaucrats involved in the process along the way. So that committee met once a month, a whole day, every month for nearly a year. Their task was to put the meat on the bones, if you like, to advise the minister of how this threatened species listing would work in practice. What would it mean in practical terms? How would it operate?
So what was the final outcome of all of that progress? We're now to about 2009, aren't we? So what was the outcome?
Yeah, 2009, that's right. The outcome was very mixed. In a sense, one of the key things that came out of it was that there would be a 3-kilometre buffer zone at the interface of private land, mostly farmland, and public land. There would be, and the 3-kilometre buffer would be on public land.
So was that to ensure that dingoes didn't go onto farmland?
It was to, yes, try and limit dingo access to farmland. And it was also argued at the time, although I wasn't really very persuaded about it, was that it was to protect dingoes as well.
Wow.
But it was really a farm protection measure. So that a problem with that was that if you sort of just imagine the whole of eastern Victoria, Gippsland, top of the state to the bottom, east to west, if you run a 3-kilometre buffer around the interconnection between public and private land, you end up with something like 36% of dingo habitat that's subject to lethal control. So this potentially meant that a lot of the dingoes' remaining habitat in Victoria was subject to lethal control, and this was not, this was not just a minor part of their habitat, but a very large part of it.
So would that have been predominantly lethal control shooting?
Yes.
Poison?
Trapping and poisoning.
Oh.
Of course, they're never sure about how many dingoes they're killing, except when it comes to trapping, because the state officers who lay the traps, they revisit the traps, keep records, so they know exactly how many traps they lay, they know how many dingoes are caught. So you get quite quite good records are kept in Victoria from that. So there was a good picture of how many dingoes were being caught in traps, but the loss of dingoes from poisoning is very uncertain. You're never sure how many you're killing. It could be as much or more, perhaps double what the traps are getting. You're just never sure. Now, it's very unusual for a threatened native species to be subject to be unprotected and subject to lethal control. To my knowledge, it's unprecedented in Victoria. The idea that you would list a wildlife species as threatened because it's potentially facing extinction, then you have measures in place to keep on killing it at a very
The
significant
native
scale.
wildlife as well. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so this was a major contradiction. The other thing that was very disappointing in the final outcome, and it's still a major problem today, is that although the initial nomination to the Scientific Advisory Committee recommended that at least some classes of dingo hybrids be included in the threatened species listing, at least animals that are very high in dingo genetic content with very little dog ancestry included as well, it wouldn't really be a very meaningful exercise. At the time, it was believed that only about 4% were pure dingoes and that the rest were hybrids of varying degrees, sort of dingo domestic dog crosses.
That belief has changed now, hasn't it, with recent research?
It has. That has changed quite a bit more recently with recent research. But at the time, it was stated that dingoes with even the slightest degree of dog ancestry, no matter how small, would remain under the Catchment Land Protection Act and be governed as invasive pests for extermination. Now, there was no ecological basis for this distinction between pure dingoes, this purity definition of the dingo, and relegating absolutely everything else to wild dog status. There was no ecological basis to it. This was purely, really, I think, some sort of strange political administrative decision.
But it's like the terminology wild dogs. It's become a purely political argument. Do you think like that, Ernest? It's like amazing.
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
Like wild dog versus dingoes.
Yes, I mean, the more recent research you refer to, Marilyn, from around it's really started around 2017, but certainly 2023, 2024, some of it research commissioned by the Victorian government itself, showed that purity levels, dingo purity levels, that is the proportion of dingoes that are pure out in the wild, is very high. The 2023 research by Dr. Kylie Cairns showed that her research found that approaching 90% were pure, and that the remaining 10% were nearly pure. 90% dingo.
It's such a difference, isn't it? That's amazing.
Yeah, and that's compared with, as I said before, that's compared with the belief at the time of the threatened species listing that only 4% were pure.
So it's actually pure dingoes that are being killed.
Well, the science keeps shifting around in that the most recent research, some researchers from the UK and then some researchers from South Australia used a different genetic technology or methodologies, and they looked further back in time. They did find that the dingo populations across the board might be carrying some dog genetics across the board, but this is from further back in time. Whereas, Kylie Cairns and the government-funded researchers were looking at whether dingoes were hybridising with domestic dogs in the more recent past, say over the past 8-10 generations of dingoes. But the bottom line there is that a group of scientists, 10 scientists or so, including the South Australian researchers, wrote a very strong, focused comment to the Victorian Environment Minister and Agriculture Minister, saying, despite there being some dog genetics within the dingo population, this means absolutely nothing in terms of their ecological function. They are still genetically very distinct from domestic dogs. They're nothing like domestic dogs. And they perform a very important ecological function in regulating our ecosystems, and that they should be governed as wildlife. And the fact that they carry some dog genes from the past is really ecologically neither here nor there. So that was
make any difference. My understanding has always been that if it looks like a dingo, it is a dingo and performs like a dingo. That has the same ecological importance to the environment.
Yes, yes, and part of the nonsense of the earlier distinction between pure dingoes and dingoes that might have a little bit of dog ancestry, awarding wildlife status to one and relegating all the rest as pest animals, is that visually, if you're out in the countryside and you see them, you can't visually tell the difference between a pure dingo and a dingo that might have a little bit of dog ancestry. They look the same. And the nonsense was that recreational hunters were legally allowed to kill dingoes with a bit of dog ancestry, but were not allowed to kill pure dingoes. But the hunters out in the field can't tell the difference from looking at them. Much of the time, they were killing pure dingoes.
So what was the position of the minister at this time? I mean, was from what you've said, there was a strong recommendation by VSAC. So what was the outcome there? What was the issues for the minister?
I think at one level, the minister felt cornered. This is my interpretation, and I've thought about it quite a lot since. It would have been very embarrassing for the minister to receive a strong, unambiguous recommendation from his expert scientific committee to list an animal as a threatened native taxon. It would have been very embarrassing for him to reject that. In fact, you might know more about this than I do, Marilyn, being a lawyer, but I think it might have even been illegal for him to consider anything else but the ecological science.
I'm giving it up.
Of the matter. So yeah, I think some of the bureaucrats came along and had a bit of a yes minister moment with Gavin Jennings and said, look, Minister, we can help you out here. We're not really that keen on listing the dingo, but you don't want to have a loss of face and be seen to be some sort of environmental bogan or something. So they said, we can tell you how to list the dingo as threatened native wildlife, but without changing anything in practice so far as lethal control is concerned. Oh. And keep the farmers on side, keep the farmers off your back as well. And the way we do this, we'll have this 3 kilometre buffer thing, and we'll keep on killing them more or less as before, but on paper they'll be wildlife and they'll be protected.
It's a bit patronising, isn't it? And what was the position of agriculture at this time? Where were they on all this?
The agriculture bureaucrats were hostile from the very beginning. The 2009 Dingo Working Group, Agriculture Victoria, or that's what it's called now, but agriculture bureaucrats were involved in that process throughout. They didn't want any 3 kilometre buffer. They didn't even want a 5 kilometre or a 10 kilometre buffer. They just wanted to keep on being able to kill them where they had been killing them up to that time. And they argued tooth and nail for that and lost out. There was it was just a ridiculous sort of attempt by them to minimise any protection that might result. Agriculture Victoria was hostile from the start.
I think that is surfacing again. Ernest, we might take a little break there in just a moment. We were going to have our good friend George Pujol, Art for Earth, come on board tonight. Unfortunately, George has got a very bad flu and he cannot be with us, but I'd love to share with people a video of some of his work that he has created around the world. He is an internationally acclaimed humanitarian. He creates the most beautiful installations of wildlife. He creates also all manner of whales. He's created a dingo installation in Victoria in about 2019. on the gardens, Treasury Gardens, which was just phenomenal. Anyway, let's have a look at this video, and I think it's just sensational. So let's take a break and we'll come back and talk to Ernest again in just a minute. Oh, wow. I actually get goosebumps when I watch videos of George's work. I find it really moving, and it's so community based. It's lovely to see those children. I remember when he came to Melbourne and created that massive dingo, it was lovely to see the adults and children. They actually laid out the candles with George. So he does amazing work. I absolutely love it. So coming back to the dingoes, we've got a peculiar situation where we've got a species protected under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act, and you've got the Agricultural Department running with a strong anti-wild dog
Yes.
rhetoric. And then tell us about the Dingo Unprotection Order, because that's next, isn't it, in the chain of events? It's like a Machiavellian mystery.
Yes, that what accompanied the outcome of the 2009 Dingo Working Group advice to the Minister, the part of the dual goal, if you like, of protecting dingoes and farm stock was to not only create this 3 kilometre buffer, as I mentioned, on public land where it meets farmland, and it just so happens that 3 kilometres was where the previous poisoning and trapping occurred anyway. So settling on 3 kilometres meant that nothing would really change in terms of lethal control practices. What happened? Yeah, there is this contradiction, and part of that deal too was that to allow that lethal control to continue, the dingo was unprotected. There's a provision within the Victorian Wildlife Act which allows governments to unprotect wildlife. To simplify it down, if wildlife presents a threat to life or property, basically, farmers get permission to have kangaroos killed if they're eating pasture, that being deemed a threat to property, so to speak.
So I think in 2023, the Unprotection Order coincided with new scientific research.
Which
brought the whole thing into question.
Yeah,
What's that about?
the Unprotection Order is put in place for limited periods of time. It's not put in place permanently. So when the initial Unprotection Order, I think, went for 3 years, then it was renewed. And then it came up for renewal sometime around early 2023. And this was at the same time as all of this new scientific and genetic research that we mentioned before. So the government, rather than renew the Unprotection Order for another 3 years or more straight away, it said, well, what we'll do, we'll renew it for 1 more year. And during that year, we'll have a review of dingo governance policy. So the government set about bringing in, creating a sort of a forum. They brought in a number of scientists, leaders in their field, to examine the new scientific research, to perhaps possibly to reconsider the Unprotection Order, not renew it. That was the hope of dingo conservation advocates, that this review, governance review, would lead to the abandonment of dingo unprotection and that they would be fully protected as threatened species. Early on in that process, some of the new evidence that came to light about the dingo population in the northwest of Victoria, up around the Big Desert, was so dire. It was found that the numbers were extremely low, that the genetics of
Wilka, they're called. Is that correct?
Yes, they're called Wilka. Wilka is the indigenous name for them in that region. That's correct. There weren't many of them. The numbers were very low. They were genetically in very poor health. Their genetic diversity was very low, and therefore they would be susceptible. Once a wildlife taxon's numbers get very low and they become genetically frail, the populations can just collapse. Anything could knock them off and you lose them completely. So early in 2023, the government, Victorian government, to its credit, lifted the Unprotection Order for that population in the northwest only, and gave them full protection. No one was allowed there was to be no baiting and trapping. They were to be fully protected.
I can recall they were still poisoning for foxes. Is that correct? That seems
Yes.
to come back to my mind.
Yes, this became a scandal subsequently because a dingo advocate was in the big desert and came across fox baiting signs and baits. And one thing that this governance review revealed was that fox baits are lethal for dingoes. Now, the department had been denying that previously. Various dingo advocates had raised that issue. What is the impact of fox baiting on dingo populations? And the message was always, oh well, no. The dosage of the baits for foxes is too low. It won't kill the dingo. But this review made it quite clear that the government was fully aware that fox baiting could harm dingoes, and therefore fox baiting was not to occur in the big desert. But then afterwards it was found that fox baiting was still occurring. The dingo advocate who lives up in that area made inquiries as to how this could be, and I made inquiries as well, and we couldn't get to the bottom of it. The best we could do, I remember speaking to the last Victorian Environment Minister's, one of his staffers, and I asked him about this, what was going on there, how could this have happened? And the most I was told, the department tells us it was a mistake. Well, if it was a mistake, it points to some fairly serious incompetence. I'm not so sure.
They've been recognised as being so vulnerable and so limited in numbers. It seems bizarre, doesn't it?
Yes, it doesn't cast the department in a very good light because fox baiting has to be authorised. People just can't go out and do it, especially on public land in the Big Desert National Park. So the unprotection order comes up for renewal at the end of this review. By October 2024, there was a dingo conservation status report compiled by DECA, the Victorian Government Department. Clearly Agriculture Victoria had a big influence over that report. And not only I, but other environmental scientists consider that report to have been seriously flawed, misinterpreting data, downplaying the consequences of new data about dingo population decline. They downplayed that. There was clear evidence of population decline. The department didn't deny it in its report, but downplayed it.
So is this agriculture having a say within this again? Or?
DECA's a broad church. It's everything from biodiversity, agriculture, and at that time planning, urban planning. It was like a super department, but there are silos within it, and it's still my firm opinion that the agriculture silo has always been hostile to dingo conservation. And again, this review, this dingo conservation status review that occurred as part of the broader governance review, that should have been done by the Victorian Scientific Advisory Committee under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. That's that expert body put together explicitly for that very purpose. Instead, the review was done within the department, in-house within the department.
And that in itself is very curious, isn't it?
It is very, very curious.
I think by this time, it's a long while now, it is recognised that dingoes are our native apex land predator. They're crucial to maintain ecological balance in the environment. And I think that's the importance of dingoes and why I think it's so crucial that all of this research and moving forward with science, as we discover, we've got some incredible scientists working. So
you're quite right. There's now a mountain of peer-reviewed published research showing the significance of dingoes within our ecosystem. So we're not just fighting for, what subjectively for what might be an animal we like or our favourite animal. We're fighting for ecosystem health. In advocating for dingoes, we're advocating for ecosystem health and the maintenance of our ecosystems.
Sorry.
Oh, there's been a lot of research over the past sort of 10, 15, 20 years internationally about the importance of apex predators within ecosystems. They help moderate ecosystems. They put downward pressure on some populations because they clearly feed off some other native wildlife populations, like lions in Africa eat antelope and other species, but this is all part of the regulation of the balance of ecosystems and the relationships between species. You take out key elements of ecosystems and it disrupts and disorientates the relationships between many other elements within the ecosystems.
This always shocks me. Why, when I hear about national parks and wildlife services in New South Wales particularly, shooting down buckets of 1080 poison into the national park to kill dingoes, our native apex land predator. And then they have outbursts in rabbits, and then they go killing the rabbits with cubed carrots laced with 1080 poison.
Yes.
It's just craziness. When you've got the dingo, native apex land predator, there to do the task, to actually carry out the task.
Yeah, you're quite right. And this began to be realised quite early on in the colonial period. I've come across letters from the Western District of Victoria from the 1800s, where the very first sort of European settlers noticed, and it was published in sort of small articles in various newspapers, that, for example, one man saying that, now that we've taken out the dingoes and the Aborigines, the kangaroo population's gone crazy. We'll have to kill the kangaroos now. So this creation of an imbalance by taking out keystone species. Dingoes are a keystone species. You can imagine it. You can see the mechanical analogy that if you take out the key piece of a structure, other pieces fall down or get out of place. This began to be recognised quite early on, but we're not learning this lesson very well.
It's taking a while, and the other thing I wanted to ask you about was the accuracy of data. Stock loss to predation.
Yes, very important. I mean, one of the things that I've done over a period of time through freedom of information requests from DECA is to get hold of their stock loss data. The Victorian government actually keeps very good data, the best in Australia, on farm stock loss to predation, and particularly to what they called, up until recently, wild dog predation. So the annual numbers of recorded, say, sheep loss to predation in Victoria has been kept, I've got that data through FOI back to around 2005 or so. I went to the trouble of matching that to the numbers of sheep in Victoria year on year through the agricultural census, and worked out the stock loss rate to dingo predation. And it's ridiculously small.
So, what are your thoughts about, we're running out of time. I wanted to ask you this crucial question for me. What relevance do you think the poisons industry have on this? Is it the poisons industry who are behind all of this hysteria?
I think we see an intersection between the vested interests of the poison industry. It's a multi-million-dollar industry playing on the historical fears and biases of the farming community. The farming community sees dingoes, as they have as sort of a bogeyman. The poison industry plays on that insecurity amongst farmers, whips it up and weaponises it as a political tool. There's no doubt about that in my mind.
Reason to get rid of them and to use so much poison. We'll have to end there, Ernest. This has been really informative, and I'm sure anybody listening. So we'll be the same as me. Thank you for coming. Thank you for talking, and maybe come back another time and we can talk. I'd love to see Kiri and Sienna another time.
Thank you, Marilyn. It's a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
The common housefly, caught in the clutches of the spider's web. Every move it makes just makes matters worse. Then, dinner time.
Feast on the captivating stories, videos, and helpful information on our website.
Whoa.
Dinner's ready.
Oh, man.
Escape is futile.
Just one more video.
Get stuck in our web.
ThePulse.today.
No animals were harmed in the making of this program. However, we did injure a receptionist and a technician. Sorry.
Today's News Talk, The Pulse.